All right, we should be here. Hello, hello, hello. Gotta double check because YouTube's slightly different to Twitch, which is what I'm used to. Just give it a minute. Give it a minute. We should be good. We should be here. Hello, hello, hello. Hope everybody's having a good day, night, evening, morning, afternoon, whenever you're watching this. If you are joining us live, good evening. Hello, how are we? Hope we're all good. Right, I don't need to post that we're live. I've already done all that. So we should be good there. Should be good. There we go. Boom. How are we, George? Hello, hello, hello. Why is that chat overlay not working? Why is the chat overlay not working? Any chads? Oh, good. Are we already going to run into issues? Yeah. Would it be a me stream, would it? Why is that not working? Refresh it? Sure. Feeling a bit low? What, are you talking about Bolton? Because, no, because I literally don't care. I will say, right, Xavier Simons, moron. Absolute moron. He's cost us that game, but hey, it is what it is. I don't know why this chat overlay's not working. I literally did all the testing. Oh, there we go. There we go. Good God. There we go. It's caught up. It is caught up. Yeah, I don't know why he did what he did, but hey, you know what I mean? I feel like if we don't go down to 10 men, I think we win that game, I'll be honest. Or at the bare minimum, we go to pens. How we doing, Axel? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, welcome back. Good God, pardon me, pardon me. But yeah, I'm not bothered. It's Carabao Cup. Who cares? You know what I mean? More bothered about the league. And again, why has this chat stopped working again? What are we doing here? Have I cropped the bottom message off? No. Right. Interesting. Don't know why this chat's kind of delayed, to be honest. Literally, it's a brand new overlay that I've gone for because I like to change things that don't need changing. And evidently, it's not going well. It's not going well. Interesting. I'm doing good, Axel. I'm doing good. I'm excited for Collision. It's been a while since we've been able to do a stream for Collision. Obviously, because again, I think we touched on it in the SmackDown stream yesterday. For some ungodly reason, on AEW's own streaming platform, if it's taped, they can't put it on at the normal time it's meant to be on. It's weird, but hey, it's fine. To be honest, I don't think we could do next week either because I'm pretty sure it goes back to 2 a.m. So, oh God, yeah, why is this, bro? What is going on with this chat? Why is it so far behind? What are we doing? What is happening? Oh, to be honest, I might just go back to the other one. I still have it. Do that. Sure. Is that one now not going to work either? I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. There we go. Doing my head in. I'll try and sort that for some point. Hopefully it works a bit better with Twitch. Maybe it's YouTube because it is slightly different and stuff. But yeah, see, that one works quicker because it's like Streamlabs. But you know. I'm excited for the Continental Cup to start. That's answered your question, George. So am I. Who have we got in the matches? I know there's only a couple of them that are actually happening today, I believe, but it is like the majority of the show. So today we have Eddie Kingston taking on Jake Doyle. This is going to be my first taste of Eddie Kingston in AEW. Matt Sydal taking on Orange Cassidy. That should be pretty good. Claudio taking on Ace Austin. That's going to be a freaking banger. We have Hyan and Maya World teaming up to take on Persephone and Hikaru Shida as well. That is all I've seen that's announced. There could be more. I may be missing stuff. I don't know. But yeah, that is what I've seen so far. That is the match card I have seen. Continental Cup getting underway today. I did look at the rules. I'll be honest, I've forgotten most of them. But actually, I have a graphic for this. Hold on. Someone was nice enough to tag me on Twitter when the draw happened. So I can get that up, I believe. I believe I liked the tweet. Oh, you can't see your own likes anymore, can you? It'll be in my notifications here. Okay, so for anyone that is joining us that isn't familiar with the Continental Cup, I'm going to read you some rules. Did Tony Khan win that in pre-season with Fulham? Sounds like a pre-season tournament. I think it's meant to be themed around Wembley because the final happens at Wembley, which is at the end of this month, and it's like the graphic they use on it looks like the FA Cup. Don't know how they get away with that with licensing and whatever, but hey. Yeah, so I think it's meant to be kind of themed around the Wembley show, and it's meant to be themed around Wembley, the FA Cup kind of stuff. So, yeah. So the rules, no outside interference. No one is allowed at ringside. There's no time limits. 16 wrestlers compete in a blind drawn bracket, basically. That's already been announced. The 8 winners then compete in 4 blind drawn matches as well. The 4 winners then move on to the semi-finals in Glasgow on the 26th. And then the cup final takes place at Wembley at All In August 30th. Winner of the final will receive the Continental Cup and will be the new AEW Continental Champion. Obviously, John Moxley holding that currently. Oh, the bracket is on this tweet as well, to be fair. Oh, no, they were just the names. So I don't know what they... Obviously, some of the matches have been announced, but I don't know if there's a full graphic. But, yeah. Blind is Stevie Wonder the... No, it means random, George. God, get out of the Stone Age. Just get a grip. Ignore him, by the way. If you're watching this and you join us live, or if you're lurking, or if you watch it afterwards, ignore George. He doesn't talk sense. Ignore the name. No Death Riders, no Don Callis family interfering. It's a good concept, man, around the Continental title. I think the naming of titles in AEW confused the hell out of me at times. Because haven't we got the national championship? We've got an international championship, haven't we? We've got a Continental. Like, I don't know. The other ones that don't confuse me are the world titles. But yeah, should be pretty interesting. Should provide some pretty interesting matchups. Like Claudio and Ace tonight. I think I'm most excited for that one on paper, to be honest. It's because, I mean, Ace Austin, from what I've seen and in the brief, like, couple of matches I've seen from him, pretty good. And obviously, Claudio, I feel like you're not even a wrestling fan if you don't know who Claudio is. Can I change it now, can I? Well, you could. You could just be a little less moronic, you know what I mean? Just a little bit. Just that incy-wincy bit, you know what I mean? You just could be. Obviously, blind drawn meant, you know, random, not Stevie Wonder. And also, I don't know where you got the ref part from, because a ref doesn't draw the freaking tournaments, does he? You know what I mean? But anyway, yeah, first round matches conclude next week on Collision. Are we doing any on Dynamite? I don't know if that's a thing. I guess we'll find out maybe when we get to Dynamite. I don't know. But is it just a Collision thing? That's one thing I'm not entirely sure on. But yeah, it should be fun, man. Should be fun. Obviously, yeah, like I said, just for anyone that is just joining us as well, I mean, for one, hit like, hit subscribe if you are new. But also, yeah, I don't know that this will be a regular thing again, because again, AEW is very weird with the timings and whatever. Because again, I don't know why on their own streaming platform, they can't just put Collision on at the normal time every week, rather than giving me an hour delay. But hey, it's probably something to do with TV rights, isn't it, to HBO or whoever it is, but... did they pick the names out of a bowl just like the FA Cup? I think that is literally what they did, yeah. We get in 2 matches on Dynamite for it. Glad you're back again. Glad you're back again, Khalid. Rough day, Jonah. No, because I don't care about the Carabao Cup. So, Joe. Also, Bruno left today, so cry. How did they get away with that? Well, get away with what? Drawing a tournament. I'm confused. But you care about the Pizza Cup. Yeah, Jonah, do you know why? Because there's actually a reasonable chance that we win that. Shocking, I know, because Man City aren't in it. Or Arsenal. You know, there's no Prem teams in it. So that's actually achievable. Carabao Cup, pointless. You get drawn against the Prem team, you get battered 20-0. What's the point? Jay White versus David Finlay. Brian Cage versus Hechicero. Interesting. 2 members of the Don Callis family going up against each other. Jordan, it's a wrestling stream, pal. Read the room. From what you've told me, it's the FA Cup 2.0. Sure. It's just, I mean, you're on about copyrighting a freaking, just a concept of randomly drawing a bracket. Sure. Other matches on Dynamite for it. Should be a fun tournament, man. Should be a very fun tournament indeed. Like I said, we get Ace Austin Claudio today. I think I'm most excited for that match. Don't know why my boom arm is now blooming squeaking. That needs WD-40. But yeah, it should make for some pretty interesting matchups. I mean, already Brian Cage and Hechicero going up against each other, both in the Don Callis family, of course. So, pretty interesting dynamics already. Nigel is fighting in it, yeah. He's against Shibata. He is. Yeah, like I said, we won't be able to do that one because, again, it goes back to 2 a.m. in the UK because delays for whatever reason. But yeah. I'm not watching the show, so I will talk utter nonsense. Cool. I mean, you do that anyway, but for What do I Kofi and Creed will debut? It could be any show. I feel like a lot of people are expecting it at All In, right? I don't really know why, because they've not got a connection to London that I'm aware of. But I suppose maybe they could make the presence felt after that tag match. Bucks and Cage and Cope. Maybe they make the presence felt then. Maybe they show up today, who knows? Because I'm pretty sure they are officially free agents now, no? They could turn up at any point now, couldn't they? It's also, I don't know if they have officially signed. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. But next week, collision matches. Brian Cage, Hechicero, Kyle O'Reilly versus Roderick Strong. Interesting. Shibata against Nigel. Damn. My AEW... sort of BS. Yeah, and I will never understand. I'm gonna assume it's because of like the rights they have with whatever network they're on, whether it's HBO, TNT, TBS, someone somewhere will have said, hey, if you're gonna do your own blooming streaming service, we still get rights, you know what I mean? Rather than it being just, hey, equal for everyone. But instead, here we are. It's so frustrating as well because these streams, I know a lot of people want me to do these every week, and if I could, I would, but there's no point me doing a freaking live stream if I'm going to be an hour behind, you know, America, you know? So, I would rather they debut them sooner so they can help sell tickets for All In. But then what do you have them do at All In, though? Because tag match is already done, unless you add them to it, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like it would make a lot of sense. I suppose, though, we have just brought in Motor City, though, haven't we? So, I don't know. That tag division is going to that's going to heat up real quick. Has it already been 90 days? It appears to have been, yep. Good God. New Day officially free agents as of August 1st. Absolutely right, Fightful confirmed they are free agents. That's gone quick, Loki. I felt like it was kind of taking forever at one point where people started talking about, oh, they could turn up at All In, but they were here. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. Do you not reckon they saved them for a Dynamite, though? You know what I mean? Like, I know a lot of people got onto me for that, for saying that I thought they were going to have Motor City debut on a Dynamite rather than a Collision, but I don't know. I kind of just feel like they've not really got a connection to any of the shows coming up in the sense of location, right? Motor City, you kind of knew they were going to turn up on one of the days because they were both of those shows last week were in Detroit. So you kind of expected them to turn up at some point. New Day don't have a connection, as far as I'm aware, with any of the upcoming shows. So you could really just pick, to be honest. I don't know. Would you save them for a Dynamite? I feel like I probably would. Add them to it and make it a ladder match. That would cook. To be honest, on Disney Plus on the ESPN page of it, next week Collision, I saw is at 3 p.m. my time, not the normal 12. I would love to see Motor City versus Edge and Christian do the tag team championships. I would imagine we get to that, surely. I don't see a world where we don't do that. New Day's been in London so many times. Well, yeah, but okay, sure, but it's not really a connection. You know what I mean? Like I said, Motor City, they're from Detroit, so like it made sense for them to turn up. even if you go back to like CM Punk debuted in WWE, it was Chicago. It made sense. You know, there's that emotional connection there. New Day don't have emotional connection to London. Or, I don't know, maybe we end up in one of their hometowns. I don't really know where they reside from in America, to be honest. But, I don't know, maybe we land on a show that they've got some kind of connection to, but I don't think it's really that big of a deal with New Day, to be honest. I think you just get them in. Santos Escobar linked to AEW. I don't think so. Although I wouldn't mind seeing him in AEW, to be honest. I feel like, if anything, he'll probably wrestle in Mexico, CMLL maybe, or something like that, rather than, you know, maybe being in a big company. I don't know, but we'll have to see. You can never write it off, can you? If you say it's a good show, I might watch it on ITV in a few days. I want this. To be honest, I don't get how that works either, because that's a bit peak as well, isn't it? Because, you know, if you are in the UK and you don't pay for my AEW, but you want to keep up with it, it is like a couple of days behind, and it's like, how do you do that? And I am curious to, like, if people from the UK that keep up with AEW do it that way, you know what I mean? Like, a couple of days later, it goes on ITV. I'm kind of intrigued to know if people actually keep up with it that way. Because for me, I don't know if it drives me mental a little bit. It drives me mental now that freaking my AEW keep doing what they're doing. Keep like, oh, well, yeah, it starts at 1 a.m. in America, but hey, you're in the UK, so have an hour delay, because yes. Let them do a show in Ghana. Santos Escobar versus Andre would be fun. YouTube highlights might be the player. That'd probably be easier because they would go up quicker. Because I know the AEW channel just posts, like, they post 2 different versions. They'll post like a quick 2-minute kind of thing, and then they'll do like a whole 8-minute highlight thing of each match, or most matches. So yeah, I think that'd be the easier way to do it, to be honest, rather than waiting for ITV or just Twitter. Twitter you can keep up with if you just make a list. Like, I've got lists for my reviews and whatever whenever I do them, scrolling through Twitter. I know a lot of people have given me feedback now saying that they actually prefer the way I've been doing them now, which I've kind of gone back to my original way of doing them. But yeah, whenever I've got that, I've just got a list on Twitter now that's just the AEW account, and they just tweet along with the show. You could basically just have Twitter open and just go through. You know what I mean? It's less fun, but, you know, you could do that, hypothetically. Kofi lives in Austin, Texas. Are we in Austin, Texas? 30 points soon. He sees Zillavatu. Can I talk, please? I mean, Jesus Christ. Did you see Zillavatu lost his championship last night? The Amazing Red is definitely coming to WWE. Yeah, I think he'll end up in NXT though, to be honest. I've also seen a bit of criticism for that match that he had. I think there's a spot, like there's a clip going round that wasn't the smoothest, and people are kind of saying that it was awful. Amazing Red used to wrestle in TNA, didn't he? But yeah, I don't know. Zilla, for me, obviously I don't keep up of, like, outside WWE other than now AEW. But, you know, outside of that WWE and AEW bubble, I don't really venture out all that much. I see the odd thing on Twitter, but other than that, don't really see a whole lot. But yeah, I feel like if he goes, I know a lot of people are automatically like, oh, well, he's related to Roman, so that means he's going in the bloodline. He could. I don't know that he's quite there yet. I think you maybe put him in NXT first, especially because the NXT men's roster needs work. You know, Grayson Waller has made that apparent. Obviously, they lost Trick, they lost Oba, they lost Javon. That's like your big 3, right, in the men's division. So, you know, they're trying to rebuild that men's roster in NXT. I think having a Zilla Fatu in there could help that. Is he a big enough name? Maybe not, but we could do the work, you know? So, I think more likely, and I think it makes more sense he'd end up in NXT, to be honest. Woods lives in Atlanta, Georgia. Does AEW want Jade Cargo? But yeah, that match. Oh, God. Listen, I've been giving Jade the benefit of the doubt, right? Like, I understand, you know, she skipped NXT. We just lost Edge. Obviously, he came over to AEW, right? It was around that time that he left. WWE, I think, looked at Jade and said, hey, we're going to make you a bigger star than what you probably currently are right now. Just so, you know, it looks like we're not hurting because Edge has just left after like 20 odd years or whatever it was, nearly 30 years, whatever it was, right? And I just think, I don't know, I was giving her the benefit of the doubt. I was like, listen, she's settling in still, you know, she's still learning and whatever. And maybe, listen, she still is learning. I feel like in wrestling, you're always learning, right? But to be putting on a match like that, and listen, it brings up that debate of like, oh, should we be doing more house shows and all this and that and the other? But then actually, I've just thought as well, there's this big conversation within WWE being like, oh, do we need more house shows? But then you look at AEW, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think AEW do house shows, do they? And they don't have this issue. So I'm kind of like, what is the problem then? You know? Like, I know that obviously AEW talent is a bit more, like, free. They could go to more indie shows and stuff like that. That helps. But, I don't know, WWE have started to branch out with that. It's not as often, but I don't know. It's kind of a weird dynamic, isn't it? Because it's you'd think that it'd just affect any wrestling company that's in a similar position to WWE, right? That used to do house shows, now they don't, and just a lack of chemistry. But AEW don't seem to suffer, you know what I mean? So I don't really know what the problem is. But yeah, that match with Charlotte last night on SmackDown, Jesus Christ. I hope we don't run that back anytime soon, but we probably will, because it's WWE and all we do is run back the same matches. Does AEW have an NXT type brand? I think they kind of use Ring of Honor as that these days, because obviously Tony Khan does own Ring of Honor. So I'd say that. I could be wrong. There's probably some people in the chat now that are screaming at me like, how dare you say that? But I'd say that's probably the closest you'll get, because I know a lot of people, like Sammy Guevara, for example, was working a lot of Ring of Honor instead of AEW. Pretty sure, isn't Anthony Bowen's down there? I saw a clip of him earlier. He's doing some work in Ring of Honor. Leo Rush has been down there, so I think that's maybe where, you know, that's more similar to NXT in a sense. I don't think it's out and out just, hey, this is a third brand. This is, you know, because Ring of Honor is still its own thing. It's not like, you know, it's not as under the AEW umbrella, if that makes sense. Or umbrella. Christ. You know what I mean? Like, with WWE, the WWE logo's all over the NXT thing, whereas Ring of Honor, it's still its own branding, it's its own thing. It just happens to be owned by the same guy that owns AEW. You know what I mean? It's kind of just a different dynamic, but I would say that's probably the closest, yeah. Leo Rush reminds me of Gollum. He freaks me out every time I see him, bro. Every time I see him. Every time. Didn't he win, he won a title the other day, didn't he? Is it in House of Glory? Is that what it is? Hog? Whatever it's called. He won a title in that promotion the other day, didn't he? And if I'm not mistaken, pretty sure I saw it on Twitter. He owns Fulham, AEW, and Ring of Honor. Fair enough to the guy. Yep. Listen, Tony Khan's got deep pockets, bro. He comes from a very rich family. He's the Arrow. No, I know that, but I mean the. Oh, you mean Arrow? I don't know if you've misspelled now. I know he's a Ring of Honor champion, but he won another title the other day. Oh yeah, he owns the NFL team as well. Yeah, Jacksonville Jaguars. Jaguars, for the translation. Jesus, hey, appreciate all the likes already, by the way. We're currently on 9 likes already. We've already overtaken the SmackDown stream, so W. But yeah, if you haven't already, do drop a like. It just helps push the stream out a bit more, to be honest. You know. And also, subscribe if you haven't already. There's 1.6k of you lot now, so mental, by the way. What doesn't he own? You. At least I assume he doesn't. You know what I mean? Maybe he does, and you just don't know it yet. Who knows? Yeah, appreciate the likes. We somebody did listen to me as well. Nice. Shout out to you, whoever just hit that like button. I like you. No, somebody else did it as well. I like you as well. But yeah, should be a pretty fun show tonight, man. Should be a pretty fun show. I'll be open to an offer. Interesting. Allegedly, it made a very good bid to buy WWE and it was for sale. I've heard otherwise, because there was a whole controversy, as there always is with WWE. There was a massive controversy around the sale, wasn't there? And a list of names got submitted to the public that was like, you know, people that were like putting bids in around that time. I think he actually offered like, I think he only put in an offer. I think he put in an offer of like $1 million or something. Or like, basically it was the lowest offer. It might have been like $1 billion, and compared to everything else, it was like high. I don't know. But he put in a really stupidly low offer, but I think he did it just for the press, so that when those names got, submitted, that his name would be on there, kind of thing. And it was a bit more of like, oh, Tony Khan did it. And obviously, I feel like the majority of wrestling fans know he owns AEW, so I think he more did it for that. But who knows? Maybe he did, man. Maybe he did at some point. Maybe he did. After SmackDown went off the air, Ricky Sainz confronted Rey Fenix and said he's going after the AAA Cruiserweight title, which is held by Rey Fenix. Yeah, what are we doing? What is WWE doing with that? Ricky Sainz, he was literally in the US title picture, a week ago? In fact, before SummerSlam. And now he's going after the AAA Cruiserweight Championship. We've done the same thing with Jay's here, haven't we? She was in the main title picture the other day, and now this week next week she's going after Tiffy's US title. It's like, what are we doing? What's happening? What? But I mean, this should a good advert for AAA, I guess, if that happens on SmackDown. But sure, you're Ricky Sainz. You've just come up from NXT and you're going after a AAA championship. I mean, do you, bro? Do you? I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I love that all that much. I think we could be doing more with Ricky, to be honest. WWE will always keep it in the fam. Okay. Vince are now with a hair transplant hunter. Are you just jealous he can grow hair and you can't? It's WWE logic for you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still not over that whole Nikki promo either, to be honest. That Nikki Bella promo makes no sense. Absolutely none. She called Paige, but it's Paige's fault for answering the phone, apparently. I don't know. Listen, WWE's a funny business, isn't it? Huh? It's a funny company. He won the Cruiserweight Championship. I saw the clip on Twitter. Obviously, again, I don't keep up with, like, House of Glory or whatever, but just the second hour. Would you be just... second, yeah. I don't know what it is with SmackDown either. Like, why is the first hour good now and the second hour's not great? I don't get it. Shinsuke promo was good, yeah. A lot of people are speculating. People think that it might be Naraku, aka Evil, that has not long been in NXT. Because apparently they did want him on the main roster originally, but he wanted to go to NXT first. It's kind of settling a little bit. So people are theorizing that it could be him. Obviously, it's a couple of you lot that joined us for SmackDown last night. We're thinking it could be Takahashi, one of them. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. They might bring back AJ Lee for Paige, possibly. I think, but the issue is now, who do you put with Nikki? Unless you mean as a feud. But that was my only thing. Now that Brie's injured, the only plans that then scuffs is, Brie being involved and it being the Bellas versus Paige and AJ, because now obviously Brie's injured. So, was it with Spanish teams being dirty in pre-season? Jonah, wrestling chat, brother. Read the room. EO's husband, yeah. That Nikki promo was boring. It just didn't make sense. I wouldn't say it was boring. It just didn't make sense. The logic doesn't make any sense. I mean, she's saying it's Paige's fault for Brie getting injured, as if they're not, wrestlers that could get injured at any given moment. No, it's Paige's fault. Yep. Like, blaming Paige for losing the tag titles. Well, yeah, because Fatal Influence cheated. They had a handful of tights. What are we doing? You know what I mean? And again, complaining that Paige picks up the phone. Well, hey, Nikki, love, listen, again, love you, think you're great, but maybe, just maybe, don't get injured in future. You know what I mean? Don't get injured. You won't have to call someone to take your place, and everything's fine. But hey, when Put was in AEW, there are rumours about AJ Lee to AEW. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't think AJ is not that type of person, is she? Like, I feel like AJ... There's some people you can kind of see that fit a different company, right? And a different style, right? AJ, I think, was always meant for WWE, I can't lie. If you just take her and put her in AEW, I don't think it works, I also, obviously, she was completely out of the business, so I don't know. Is there an alternate timeline, maybe, where AJ Lee ended up in WWE? Possibly, but yeah, I don't know. She kind of just, I don't know if that is just me, where I can look at certain people and be like, to be honest, I thought the same like about Edge. I thought he'd always be in WWE or be a legend on a legends contract or whatever. And then obviously he went to AEW, and to be honest, I don't know that I'm still not entirely used to it. I'll be honest, but you know, I don't know. I just feel like AJ Lee was always meant to be in WWE regardless. So it was either WWE or she's just not in wrestling. I kind of feel the same about Sheamus. So if he turns up in AEW, I'll kind of be baffled because I feel like he is a person as well. I think he'd do well in AEW. Don't get it twisted, but I don't know. I just look at him and I think WWE. I think maybe it's because he's been there so long or was there for so long. Who do you think wins the tournament? I'll be honest, I've forgotten all the names off by heart. Let me get the names up and then I'll give you a prediction. But yeah, shout out to whoever it was that tagged me in the bracket or whatever, and in the rules and stuff as well. Let's see, who do we have? Obviously Mox is in it. I don't, to be honest, it kind of feels like Mox is set up to lose. It doesn't it? It feels like we've done this so that Mox can kind of lose and people don't look at it and kind of be like, oh, should he have lost? You know what I mean? It's a tournament. He doesn't really, like, if he loses, he loses. It is what it is kind of thing, you know? How we doing, LPV? Hello, welcome in. I'm looking at the names here. Ooh, Jay White could be a shout, you know. Jay White could be a shout. Obviously, he's just come back, hasn't he, from injury. Could be interesting. I've got to be honest, though, and this could be, again, because I'm still kind of new to AEW still, right? But, like, I don't know, there's not a name jumping out at me all that much, you know? Like, I'm looking at it, the obvious one, and this is maybe a little bit of my WWE brain, I'm fully aware of that. But I'm kind of looking at it, and I know in AEW there's not really too much distinction between, you know, like the main event scene and the mid-card scene. Like, people come and go from both all the time, right? It's not as, like, black and white, you know? So I don't know. There's not really a name. Like, Mox obviously does stand out. Could we do it where, we're just going to present him as a dominant champion and he ends up just retaining through this tournament? It's an option. I think Jay White stands out. Other than that, I mean, Claudio, just because of how talented he is, but I don't know. Other than that, I'm not really, there's not too many people that are like jumping out at me instantly, to be honest with you. Eddie Kingston, because he's come back. Could he go all the way and do it? I don't know. But yeah, I'd probably say Jay White is probably the guy that I think stands a pretty decent chance. I'm trying to see where I was in the chat. Kieran, what's good? Hello. I don't think JC Jane wins the US title. I could see Blake causing the DQ. Could do, yeah. To be honest, it's stupid as well, because I do genuinely think you could put JC Jane in that main event scene already, to be honest. I think I don't know, just the way she carries herself, like, gives me the impression like she'd be fine. If you give her a title run this earlier, she'd be fine with it. Mox versus Nigel McGuinness for the final, just because it's Wembley. Yeah. Could do, but then is that not going to feel a little bit cheap? You know what I mean? Like, Ospreay, he's earned it, right? Plus, it's Will Ospreay. You can get away with that, you know. We've got Alex Windsor and Jamie Hayter challenging for the tag titles. Are we going to then put Nigel in the finals just because he's British? Is that not going to feel a bit much, you know? I don't know. But it should be Jay White. I think Jay White is the name that's standing out to me. If Mox doesn't retain, I'm gonna go with Jay White. It's one of those two. You think we ever see a crossover with WWE and AEW, like War Games, for example? Nah. Listen, if you go back to before AEW even existed, right? When TNA was like WWE's main competition, which feels like a lifetime ago, but if you go back to then, they were doing the same thing they did with AEW. They were firing little shots back and forth at each other, right? And it was a very hostile thing. Yes, Vince was in charge then, and he's not as collaborative as Triple H has seemed to be, right? But why would you collaborate when they are your biggest competition? You know what I mean? Like I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like, why would you want to? Again, they are your biggest competition. Like WWE working with TNA, for example, or buying AAA, It's because they're not on WWE's level, right? In terms of viewership, numbers, and, merch sales and just revenue in general, right? AEW are the only ones that are close. So, yeah, sure, if they joined forces, they'd be one giant, probably multi-billion-dollar company. But it also then, I don't know, it's... How do you even run that? You know what I mean? How would you even begin to run that? Would you keep them separate still? Just have people jump back and forth? I don't know. I just don't think it'd work. I just don't think it'd work. Plus, as well, the people that... honestly, if you list, just put a list of, the WWE roster... right? And the AEW roster, you'll notice that they're very different styles. You'd have to be very careful about who you put in there with who and, what you'd actually, what match you're trying to go for, what match you're trying to put on. Because AEW, there's so many different styles, right? Not AJ Styles. That was an awful joke. But, there's not one set style in AEW. Again, you can go from an American style of wrestling to lucha libre to strong style to Japanese strong style. You can jump match per match. You can jump in the same match. You know what I mean? It can switch that quickly. So I don't think it's really, viable. To be honest, I think it just wouldn't work. Who do you think wins All In, Kenny or Ospreay? I think it's set up for Ospreay, bro. I feel like you can't not. I know some people have floated the idea of kind of how WWE did with Cody. WrestleMania 39, everyone was like, oh, Cody should win, right? And then obviously he doesn't. And then we spend the year trying to get back to WrestleMania, building Cody up so that then when that moment happens, it's a bigger deal. My only issue is this feels like a once in a lifetime almost. Just how good this storyline has been. If you don't pull the trigger on Ospreay now, when are you going to pull the Ospreay? When are you going to pull the trigger on Ospreay? I feel like obviously he's from the UK. It's in Wembley. He's been doing all this talk about, listen, it's my turn to kick the ball. It's 90 minutes is done. Extra time's done. It's penalties. And we're not very good at them. So maybe that was a little line that maybe they'd use. And he was like, hey, well, I told you. They're not very good at penalties. We're English. You know what I mean? But I don't know. It seems set up for Ospreay to win, man. It really does. I'll be very surprised if by the end of All In, Omega is retained. Or, someone else is champion because you never know. But I'll be very surprised if Ospreay doesn't walk out of Wembley with that championship. Very surprised. Is Darby Allin in the tournament? He is not. I think Darby will challenge Kevin Knight for the TNT title for a coffin match at Wembley. Darby's had 2 coffin matches the last 2 Wembleys. I'd definitely be down for seeing that. I would definitely be down for seeing that. Nadia does have a match at the Ring of Honor pay-per-view. Got a feeling Shinsuke brings Finn Balor, Evil, and Takahashi to take out the MFTs. He could do. Listen, people are speculating. People have speculated whether it's going to be Takahashi, whether it's going to be Naraku, Evil. People have definitely been have been speculating, so I don't know. But it feels like that storyline's going to be someone that he's got history with, someone that he knows, someone that he was in Japan with. That's kind of where I think that's going. That's what that story's built on, basically. It was a massive jab by AEW taking Edge some years ago. Why was it a jab? Edge literally said in interviews and stuff that his daughters were the deciding factor. They said, "Hey, go work with Uncle Christian or whatever his actual name is. It Uncle Jay? I think he said, but go work with Christian basically." And Edge was really contemplating. Remember, WWE offered him a new contract. He just chose not to take it, and he decided to go work with Christian for a bit, which is what he's doing. So, I wouldn't say it was a jab. It was Edge's choice. I've lost where I am in the chat. I got a feeling we are getting new women's tag team champions. Jamie Hayter, Alex wins. I freaking hope so. Do you know what? I said in one of my reviews recently that I remember a comment that, I think I made a comment talking about Divine Dominion, like, who's going to dethrone these two? And someone pointed it out in the comments because things slip my mind while I'm doing these videos and streams and whatever. right? And plus, my memory's awful. You all know this by now. But yeah, and I remember saying like, "Oh, who's going to dethrone them?" And somebody put in the comments like, "The dummy, hello." Not quite literally that is, but this is how I interpreted it a little bit. That hey, dummy, Alex Windsor exists, Jamie Hayter exists, Wembley's coming up. Like, what do you think? And I was like, yeah, do you know what? Fair point. And it slipped me in. Oh, we're dipping out. We're dipping out. I don't know why we're dipping out. We're dipping out. We better not be doing this today. We better let's not OBS. Let's not OBS. There we go. Right, we should be all right now. But yeah, I think it's going to be. I think they probably do get new champions, to be honest. How we doing, Charlotte? Hello, hello, hello. I don't know why my OBS is messing up now. I love it when this happens because technology. I've lost where I am. Oh, you didn't? Did I not lag? OBS is telling me we're dropping out here. I think we dropped out then, chat. Oh, yeah, we've now completely dropped out, because why not, I guess. Why not? Why are you like this? Why are we like this? Oh, Gibouche, Gibouche. I don't know why it does it. I don't understand. Oh, I swear to God, bro. Why do you hate me? Yeah, like I'm on the right internet. It's nothing to do with my internet. I'm so confused. I don't get it. Have we gone again? Yeah, we've just gone again. Why not? I don't understand why we do this. I don't get it. Do not get it. Right, hopefully that stabilizes now. I don't know if it's a YouTube thing, to be honest, because it's not my internet. I'm on the right internet and stuff, so I don't have a clue, to be honest with you. Yeah, it was fine yesterday. Don't know why it's doing it now. That's very frustrating. Yeah, it's not my internet, just before anyone says it. I don't know why it does this. It did this the last time I think I tried to stream Collision, like months ago, it feels like. I feel like it just kept dropping out then. But I don't know why. I've completely lost. I've probably missed half of those chats. I do apologise. To be honest, Cody's finishing the story. Worked in the end because it was Cody's first big title change. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Maybe it's everyone else's internet because you can't be the problem. Nah, it's either OBS or it's YouTube. It's one or both. It's one of them. I don't get why it does it. Do not get why it does it. But hey, what's next for Tekla? Does she go for another championship? You think? I mean, she kind of has to, no? I mean, she's a main event talent, sure. Maybe she gets a rematch in the next couple of months. Obviously not an All In, but I don't know. Also, I pop for your Lost Americana poster every time. That's a zero skip album to me. To me, all MGK albums are a no skip. Besides maybe Binge, but that's an EP, not an album. Don't watch AEW, so no idea what's going on, but I'm just here. Well, I appreciate it, Charlotte. You added a 1 to the view account, so I appreciate it. Every now and then I watch for Mox, and that's about it. I don't think he's in action tonight, to be fair. Unless he's in like an impromptu match, potentially. I think I need to fix my sleep schedule because I'm having a headache for almost a week straight. Isn't a good sign. Yeah, I'm getting a cold at the minute. The sore throat started today, which is fun. So that's gonna go well. Try to get the motivation when you're ill to freaking record videos and whatever. It's not it. It is not it. I miss Dean. Can we just bring him back? Like, all jokes aside, listen. On a serious note, right? I know that for you, it's just which, I know you just love the Shield, right? But I actually think Mox is doing the best work of his career in AEW. I'll be honest. So I don't think he's coming back anytime soon, Charlotte. I hate to be the one that breaks your heart, but I don't think it's happening. What we got to do to get Charlotte into AEW? Have John Moxley go by Dean Ambrose and have Roman and Seth join him, and then I think you probably get it. I'm here for the Shida tag match and the Continental Cup matches. Hopefully Tony Storm comes back soon. Do you reckon that's where that Chris Statlander and Shida feud goes? Because I know I said in my video on Thursday, was talking about it, but I feel like we've kind of done everything we need to do. People did fill me in that like they've got a very long history, but I still feel like we've kind of done all that we needed to do. I don't know what more we could do. But yeah, I don't know. Does that where that goes? Because I know that's what when Statlander and Shida were teaming together. Obviously, Shida was being accused of being the one to take out Tony Storm by Mina Shirakawa, right? If I remember correctly. So could that bring or lead to a return for Tony Storm? I've lost where I am again. I just realised this is going to be your first exposure to Eddie Kingston in this tournament, isn't it? Yeah, I said that earlier. Said it at the start of the stream. I'm interested. I've seen that again. I've seen clips. I know he had a match with Punk at one point, didn't he? When Punk was in AEW, I feel like I remember seeing them have a promo back and forth. Because Eddie Kingston's like, he's from New York, right? And he's like, that's kind of his character. He's meant to be like, oh, from the streets. He's meant to be a gangster kind of thing. Not like a full-on gangster, but like, you get what I'm saying? Do you think we get any returns from Miro? As in Rusev? As in going back to AEW? Or have I missed something here? I'm very happy for him. And what I see thriving in AEW, I just miss Dean and the Shield so much. Do you know what, Charlotte? You should have said. I think Tony Storm will come back. I wonder who attacked her. Well, I don't know. That storyline had started before I even started watching AEW, so I don't really have any input there. Can't lie. My only suspicion would be Shida, because that's the only person I've seen accused. So, George, as a Canadian, I don't watch all George's leaves out. I don't encourage him, please. To be honest, right, I think Scottish football shouldn't exist. I think it's stupid, but it's fine. And also, George is a very delusional Rangers fan. Eddie Kingston has been on Ring of Honor recently. Oh, has he? I hope Tony Storm's okay. I respect her. Not saying why she needed time off. I miss her. Selfish wants to see her and Tekla go at it on the mic. Where's Wardlow? Not seen him in ages. You're asking the wrong person, Dad. You're asking the wrong person. Just in case I don't forgot, I missed Dean of the Shield. I know it's a shocker. We get it. Kenny's not coming. Yeah, chill, bro. Eddie Kingston is in a tag team with Ortiz. I don't know who that is. Wardlow was injured. Shouldn't be far off returning. Did see actually, it was in one of the compilations, wasn't it? It was in the match that I reacted to, which, by the way, if you're not a member, I do have a series. I know I've not done any members content. I apologise. But, listen, just life. But, yeah, I am doing a series for members where I react to all matches. I did react to CM Punk and MJF in a dog collar match. Wardlow had a little role in that. I did also see him in a compilation, I believe. Didn't he also get, like, whipped at one point by MJF? Was that after the Punk match? I'm guessing it was, right? Dom is reportedly said to be frustrated with how he's booked in WWE versus Triple A. Yeah, I saw that. And to be honest, valid. Because, honestly, I don't understand how it's like... I mean, I literally said it on last night's SmackDown stream, didn't I? Weren't we talking about Dom's match at SummerSlam? But, like, oh, he's been presented as a bit of, like, a jokey character. Whereas in Triple A, he's treated as, like, the guy. You know, and they did the same thing with El Grande, where it was like Chad's version is booed out of the building and, you know, whatever. In AAA, he's presented as a heel, but in WWE, he's presented as a face. And then for Ludwig's El Grande, it's flipped, you know? I don't really get it. It's like it's two different worlds. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. I don't get why it's two different. I mean, I do understand because it's two different styles of wrestling, I guess. But, you know, they're both under the WWE umbrella now. Surely you've got to keep the continuity going, you know? Charlotte definitely doesn't have this delusion that Mox will come back, don't worry. Honestly, Eddie's strength is his mic work. You got anything coming up you're planning to watch from members? To be honest, I wanted to watch Cody against Nick Aldis from the first All In, but I cannot, for the life of me, find it anywhere. It's not on my AEW, even though it's technically the first AEW show. It wasn't actually branded AEW, but it's what led to AEW. And it's just not on anything. I've checked Daily Motion. There's like little clips and little highlights, but there's not like... There's not the full match. So I don't know how I'm going to do that. I might just have to give up on the dream, to be honest. But... yeah, I also don't really plan those. I kind of just wake up one day and go, oh, I'll do a members thing today. Mainly if it's a situation like this week where I've gone like, oh yeah, not really done a members thing all week. So I should probably do one. I was meant to do one on Thursday and then something happened where I ended up just not doing it. But yeah, I've also just been streaming on Twitch, man. Like, honestly, I'm still trying to figure out, like, which, by the way, if you are interested in gaming or whatever, or you just like me and think I'm hilarious, because, let's face it, I am. You know, obviously we do stream on Twitch. I've been trying to get a bit more consistent with that, so I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to do obviously the videos, then members stuff. It gets a bit much at times, so yeah, you'll have to bear with me a little bit. Guys, he's hilarious, trust me. And I didn't pay you to say that, I promise. Yeah, you're so funny. See? I'm hilarious. Is there any way we can officially suggest stuff? I don't want the chat to turn into just loads of people shouting, watch this. To be honest, my comments end up being that. There is actually... I don't know if you will have seen it. You probably did, because I feel like most of the people that subscribe to this channel saw it. But I did put up a post when I first was floating the idea around. And a bunch of people just suggested a bunch of matches there, so I could just go through that and pick one. But to be honest, I don't really want to scroll back that far. But Discord, I would suggest I can get a channel set up. I don't know. Do I still have anyone that's in the Discord? Do I still have... I did used to have a section where it was like people could suggest stuff for me to just watch in general. Didn't have to be wrestling, but I don't know. Did I get rid of it? I did get rid of it because nobody was using it. So, I don't know. I can get on that, but yeah, it'd probably be Discord or whack it in a comment section. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I will work on that. Guys, trust me as his best friend, don't know where you've come to that conclusion. I assure you he is so funny. True. You would make a deaf person laugh. You are deaf, and you do laugh, so... Facts. But yeah, I'd probably suggest Discord, to be honest, LPV. That'd probably be the easiest way. You could whack it, to be honest, we could just use the suggestions channel. That doesn't get used. Just whack them in there, maybe. But yeah. And don't forget his CEO shot. What's going on here? What? Who's my Mercedes money? What's going on? CEO. And HR, so basically, oh yeah, true. I forgot about that. Well, you've not been, actually, no, Charlotte, you got sacked. You stopped turning up to work. You stopped turning up. I'm not your best friend anymore. Were you over? Yeah, what? No, what? MJF Ospreay from All In and told you to include the entrances because Ospreay gets an all-time. You seemed interested. Yeah, the only issue is you've got to remember, if I'm doing them for YouTube, I can't have the audio. So, because it's copyright, but I did watch the entrance. He got an Assassin's Creed themed one, right? It's good the Discord is going away from Pro Club's conversations. Yeah, because to be honest, I don't want to do that anymore. I'll be honest. I want it to be... The whole point of the Discord was meant to be wrestling fans that could go in there and just waffle. You know what I mean? Like what we were doing for SummerSlam. On SummerSlam Sunday, because I wasn't able to be live for it, was just a bunch of us talking in the Discord about, Kevin Owens coming back and, just what was happening. And I was like, this is what this Discord's meant to be. It's kind of drifted away from it because I started doing basically pro clubs, if you've never played FIFA before, or FC as it's called now. I was in a league for that and it kind of took up a lot of time. So it kind of turned into a pro clubs thing, but hopefully now we can get it back to a wrestling Discord as it was meant to be used, because I think I'm just going to lock in, man. I think I'm just going to, sack off the stupid pro clubs and all the drama, right? And just go for it. I'm going to focus the YouTube, going to focus the Twitch. I was happy when Tatum debuted on SmackDown yesterday. I don't mind it. I think it's different, but I don't have a connection to her. You know what I mean? Not what really watching NXT. I've seen bits, but didn't really do much for me, I'll be honest. Who do you think is next for the Death Riders? What, in terms of feuding? I think Ospreay. It's got to be, hasn't it? I think once we get past All In, because I think Mox has got enough respect for Ospreay to not cost him at All In, right? Plus, as well, he could potentially be in the finals to defending his Continental title, right? So, I think logically it's going to have to be Ospreay, isn't it? What if Mox loses, right? He doesn't advance in his thing, whether he gets to the finals and then loses or whatever, but Mox ends up losing his title to whoever wins the tournament, and then Ospreay wins the world title and we get Mox versus Ospreay for the title. Thoughts? Chat, have I just cooked or have I just cooked? Have I just cooked? I think I just cooked. I think I've just exposed Tony Khan's plans. I think that's what's just happened. I was so happy for KO to come back. Me too. The man deserved this so much. Also, I'll always have good things for my fellow Canucks. I'm going to pretend like I know what that means. Was it you that said you were Canadian a minute ago? I can't remember. I apologise. But yeah, Kevin Owens coming back. I thought he was done, man. It's so good to have him back. So good to have him back. That segment with Punk last night was so good as well. So good. Mox is a winner always in my eyes. Why is that, Charlotte? Oh, God. But I think I low-key just cooked, chat. I do. I think I just cooked. Get you in the AEW media, Christ. I fell asleep watching you. Yeah, well, most people do. Slang for Canadians. See, I know things. I don't. It's maybe me WWE braining the booking, but what if Mox loses at Wembley, then comes back out with a Casino Gauntlet, wins the title shot, steals it from under MJF's and Andrade's nose? We could do that. We could do that. Oh, go on, Gale Foss. With the 3-month membership. I was just apologising to members as well. I apologise. There's not been any members content this week. I promise I'll do better. But yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Appreciate the membership. Thank you. Yeah, shout out to all the members, by the way. I'll take this moment again to apologise to members. I've slacked with the content. I'm fully aware, but also just insane that so many people are just still renewing their membership even though I'm slacking on the content. So yeah, I appreciate you. The content's on the way. Just bear with me. Been a while since I caught a stream. Well, to be fair, we were talking about it earlier, because obviously I'm in the UK, I watch on my AEW. The timings are all over the place. This is like the first time in weeks that this has been that this has been on at a time I can actually stream, and well, normal time. If it was on at this time every Saturday, I'd be here every week, but unfortunately, it's just, it's just, again, I don't get why they can't just, on my AEW, their own streaming service, put it on at normal time. And I know people tell me, oh, it's because it's taped and it's this and it's that, and it's like, yeah, but it's their own streaming service. I don't get it. But yeah, I appreciate the membership, man. 3 months already, by the way. That basically means, by the way, that I've been watching AEW for about 3 months at this point. 3, maybe 4 months. Because there was a bit of a gap between me starting to watch and then me getting monetized. But something like that. I told you people will support you regardless. Yeah, I am blown away, to be fair. And listen, we've had a couple of moments where, you know, it's managed to reach some people that maybe don't have as many brain cells as the rest of us. When there was one episode of, it was a Dynamite, I think there's been one episode of Collision that I wasn't big on. Nobody said anything, right? People were kind of just like, okay, fair enough. Then there was a Dynamite where I said I wasn't too keen on stuff that happened, and people exploded. And they were like, how dare you not like it? And it's just, they all kicked off at me. But yeah, there was still some people that had brain cells in that comment section, so I appreciate that. Yeah, for the majority of times, it has been, you know, very positive, which has still been my most positive experience on social media. So I also found out the other day as well in YouTube Studio, my YouTube channel is like 10 years old at this point. I've not been technically doing YouTube 10 years, of course, but that's just when I created the account, I'm guessing. But it's been like 10 years, which is kind of wild. And it's only just now working. Hang in there, kids. You know what I mean? You've got a dream. Keep doing it. Might take you 25 billion years, but you'll get there. Sorry, I'm missing a bunch of chats right now. I apologize. I make some calls with the big man Triple H. I'll see what I can do. I don't know what that's in reference to, but thanks, Kieran. I guess. I think it's taped next week. Yeah, it goes back to 2 a.m. next week, so we won't be here next week. But listen, whenever it is, why is YouTube telling me now to sign in to chat? That's concerning me a little bit. I'm already signed in. What we talking about? Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, so next week we won't be here, but listen, whenever there's a show on at, like, you know, normal time for Collision, we'll probably try and be here. I'm going to try and do a watch along for All In as well, because obviously it's UK time. So, you know, it starts at 6 p.m. Shouldn't be too bad. With it finishing at maybe like midnight, 1-ish, something like that. Depends on how long they want to go for. But yeah, I'm going to plan on doing that. I was considering doing Wrestle Dream, but because it starts at 1 and it's a PLE, it'd probably be at about 5 o'clock in the morning. Obviously, that's in October as well, so that's a while away. But, you know. I'm going to be all in, may try and make a Briggsy sign. Oh, God. They said there's so many other signs you could make, brother. You know what I mean? So many other signs. You could make one for MJF or Will Ospreay or literally anyone else that, you know, that people might know. The thing is, right, that's one of my... If you take a sign, like whether it's my face or whether it's my name or whatever it is, people are just going to look at it and be like, who's that? Take a QR code one, right? Or like the link or whatever. Just promote the YouTube channel. See, big brain, big brain. Ah, there we go. If I can't be at All In, big brain. We'll get the signs. Chat, if you go into All In, make a Briggsy sign. Let's flood Wembley. Oh, God. If I tune into All In and I see a Briggsy sign, I don't know what my reaction would be, I'll be honest. I don't know. I think I'd probably question your life decisions, I'll be honest. To be honest. George, no, I'd rather burn. Rather burn. I had a sign that said I drove 10 hours to see Ospreay for Redemption. I hope you had a good time. I hope you had a good time. It was a very good show. Very good show. Will you be doing All Out? It depends on what time it starts. This is the thing. Like, with my current, you know, living situation, basically it's not just me in the house, right? And obviously AEW pay-per-views are on a Sunday, right? And then people in my house have work on a Monday, so I can't really be live and loud, you know, normally this time. Saturdays are fine because, for one, it's only a 2-hour show, so it's calm. And it's beneficial for the channel. You know, so, yeah, I don't know. Listen, whenever I can do watch-alongs, make a sign that says Briggsy fears laggy streams. I just fear streams. I'm in the 200s seating anyway, so going to be a hard spot. Jesus Christ, yeah, that'll be like... It's fine, I've got glasses, I'll say it. Because that's how that works. What's for dinner? Tuna pasta. Might just get a tattoo of your QR code and people scan it. Yes. Yeah, I wouldn't advise that, because I'm pretty sure last time you were around, weren't you, like, not 18 yet? So... Maybe wait till you're of age before doing that. I don't know if you are now. I don't know how long it's been, to be honest. But, hey. No, don't do that. I'm on record telling you not to do that. I can't stop you, though. But don't do that. I do speedball and we were 6 rows up, ramp side, so I was real close to the ladder, top backflip. Well, at least you didn't push it over. I don't know why my brain went there, but it went there. Imagine you get the QR code tattooed, then Briggsy rebrands. I've done that before, by the way. Not get a tattoo and then someone's rebranded, or but I've rebranded, like my TikTok, for example. The only reason I've got as many followers on TikTok is because of the amount of times I've rebranded. So, and I've also kind of given up on TikTok these days. But hey, yeah, I've rebranded on TikTok quite a lot. I've rebranded this channel a couple of times. Obviously, you lot won't know that because you lot know me as Briggsy now. But yeah, I was R&B at one point. I think I was Aaron Briggsy at one point. That might just be my second channel, though. I think that might be my second channel. Yeah, there's been a few rebrands, to be fair. Get a Briggsy tattoo on it. No, okay, George. Any chance? I don't think I've ever gone by my actual name, to be honest, Kieran. Rebrand to Sicko Briggs. No, because then people are not going to want to, like, if I ever get to the point where people want to meet me or brands want to work with me or whatever, they're just going to look at me and think mental asylum. You know what I mean? So I want to at least keep that part of me hidden a little bit, you know? You know what I mean? Because if you just go out there and you start making yourself look like a psychopath, people tend to distance themselves unless they're also psychopaths. So, yeah, maybe keep that hidden for a while. They would be spot on. Thanks for that one. Is there any evidence that they don't see that anyway? I can keep the illusion alive. It's fine. They'd look at chat and thinking, anyway, yeah, but that's not me. I can't control you lot. You know what I mean? Trust me, the Twitch streams are evidence of that. Christ almighty. I've got no control in these streams. Absolutely zero. You know what I mean? So, hey, whatever you say is not on me. I just want it to be known that whatever the chat says, I do not necessarily agree with. Thank you. Just legal purposes, you know what I mean? Unless they are also psychopaths. Yeah, that is John Moxley's business model. True. Yeah, to be honest as well, I kind of want to, oh God, this is a bit of a rant I have now, right? And I hope you're prepared for this, right? I wanted an AEW top, right? Or shirt, or t-shirt, whatever you call it, right? Whatever you specifically call it. But, I am not paying 40 odd pounds in shipping. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. I refuse. You know what I mean? WWE have obviously, like, they have the American store and then they have a European store where the prices are similar. I am not paying $40 odd or whatever the hell it was for shipping for an AEW shirt. I'm not doing it. I refuse. I refuse. But I did just want a freaking AEW shirt, and I was like, listen, loving the product right now. I am not, and I with every fiber of my being, I am not paying, like, I think it was like $60, and again, $40 of that was like shipping for a bit of fabric. I'm not doing it. I refuse. Jesus, nearly had a heart attack when I saw that. Sheesh, you cut your hair? Nah, it ran off. But yes, I did. Canada also gets terrible shipping rates. It's the same continent. I don't get how people, like, this is the thing, like, especially in the UK, right? And listen, this isn't my job. You know what I mean? I've started to earn from YouTube and whatever, right? But it's not my job. I'm not making enough money to live, right? So I am not paying that. Not doing it. Doesn't AEW also have a European shop? If it does, send it to me, because I nearly had a heart attack. But not that I could find. There may be one, but I couldn't find one. But if there is, send it to me or let me know what it is. Don't put it in the chat before somebody tries that, if there is one, because that shouldn't work. But, you know. Yeah, I nearly had a freaking heart attack. Honestly, I nearly had a heart attack. Ricky saw it, went to the checkout. I was like, oh, just see how much it is. It's how much? Yeah, no thanks. Nearly threw my phone out the window. Jesus Christ. Honestly. I don't get how people do it. Are they just, like, rich? Like, I don't know. Anyway. Sorry, little rant over. I thought I'd bring that up because it's been a while since we've streamed AEW and I'm not really glad. I've been holding that in for months, by the way. That was like a month ago that I did that, but it's fine. It's fine. How are we all, chat? Jesus. We've got under an hour now. We've been live for an hour and 13 minutes already, according to my OBS. We've actually been live for an hour and 9 minutes, according to YouTube. My little rant's over with. For the AEW media, imagine they look at the Twitch chat for a judge of character. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, judge of character. Banned. Yeah, no thanks. No, thank you. Statistically, 73% of the chat is in the Don Callis family. Do you know what's... technically, I am, because Carl Fletcher's bald, Don Callis is bald. That's about it, isn't it? Yeah, I thought it was going to be a high number of people that were bald, but I'm also technically not bald anymore. It's growing back quite a bit now, but, you know. Anyway, I'm not allowed to buy my own shirts anymore because there was a stretch where I bought 3 and the wrestlers immediately got seriously injured each time. So you're a wizard. Josh Alexander's bald. Is he in the... Oh, yeah. Where is Josh Alexander? Because he did sign to AEW, right? I said WWE then. He signed to AEW, right? I'm guessing injured. That would be the logical assumption. You are bald now, Drew. There is a Euro shop for AEW. What? He's injured. Thought so. Oh, wait, he's wrestling for Maple. Okay, now I'm confused. There's a Euro shop. Charlotte, send it to me. Please. I'm assuming you still have me on Discord. If not, I might cry. I think they put Lola Vice on Raw. They could do, but if anything, because she's with Damian Priest, she might end up on SmackDown. Because they do kind of do that. If there's couples, they try and keep them together. So, plus, I think SmackDown probably needs it a little bit more. But oh my god, wait. Hold on, there's potential here, chat. There's potential. How did you find this? What is this wizardry? What's happening? Not 100% sure, but I think it is. I'll tell you how I'll know if the frickin'... I don't think it is, you know, because there's a massive thing at the top that says free US standard shipping. That's normally something that goes on a US website, to be honest. Let me just go for, I don't know, I'm not actually buying the thing. Maya World t-shirt, sure. Is it sure? Why is it telling me to go straight to Apple Pay? What the hell's happening here then? I just want to say, okay. Oh, it's discounted. Interesting. Hold on, we'll get that. Hold on. I'm just investigating right now. There we go. Yeah, no, but I just want to see. But like, I just want to see. Sorry, hold on, chat. I'll be right with you. Just give it 2 seconds. Just hold on. I'm doing research things. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's not as bad. I think it's only about 20 quid for shipping now. But it's still £46. I'm all right. I think I'll wait until I'll, you know, win the lottery. Good God. Right. Sorry. What am I missing here? I believe he's hurt right now. Not sure. Read that. You live in England. Are you going to All In? I am not. I did consider it and see if it was possible, but financially, it is not possible. It was just a little bit too short notice. I didn't really have time to save up or whatever, because obviously when I got into AEW, it was obviously like 3 months ago. So, but yeah, I feel like, again, we were talking about it in the SmackDown stream yesterday. About like, I feel like a lot of Americans just assume that like every English person is in London. You know, I'm not saying that you are American or that you think that, but I feel like I had a lot of people in my comments over the last couple of months that are just like, I'm assuming are just not from England, that are just being like, are you in London? You know, just assuming I live there, but It's a very expensive trip, it is, to get to London. I think trains on their own are like a couple £100 for a ticket, which is wild. Not even Manchester. I think most of them think London, I'll be honest. Oh, go on, Gabriel. Wait, hold on. Is it Gabriel or Gabriel? I don't know. You can really tell me in a chat. But yeah, appreciate the membership. Thank you. Welcome in. You now have access to a bunch of what do you call it? Matches that I've been reacting to for AEW and stuff. So they're unedited. So they're my raw reactions. Just I sit down, hit record, and however long it is however long it is. Whatever I say, whatever I do, it's in there. So it's a bit of a Gabriel. Got it. Right. Yeah, appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome in. Just noticed it was only $3 Canadian. Yeah, Canadians. Hold on, let's talk about that for a second. The conversion rate of the Canadian dollar, it is the dollar, right? Or whatever your currency is honestly meant. Joe, you say that, but honestly, their prices are freaking crazy. Like, I think, like, if someone over here is like £1, I mean, evidently, right? I think I charge like $2.99, right, for memberships, and that's like relatively cheap. I think there's one less that I could go to, but hey, money. You know what I mean? But yeah, and that's like $3 Canadian. Like, if you like on big purchases or whatever, the prices are freaking crazy, bro. Freaking crazy. Hey, respect to the Canadians. You got to work hard for that money. You know what I mean? Jesus. Fair play. If anything, it says UK on it, but it's literally one shirt, so not much options. Yeah, I think I'll just give up on that. Good God. They make the money relevant to the currency. What? You've lost me. Use simple words. I'm a moron. Make it money relevant to the currency. What do you mean money relevant to the currency? Money and currency are the same thing. Like what it's worth. Yeah, I know that. But like, it's mental. I've seen the prices before. Like Canadian stuff is like the inflation on it's crazy, no? Because like, I've watched Linus Tech Tips on YouTube. If you're into like tech and stuff, I'm not really. I don't know what it is, but for some weird reason, I go down rabbit holes where I just watch tech YouTubers. Austin Evans is another one, but Linus Tech Tips is Canadian. Whenever he's like talking about the price differences, America's obviously cheaper. Ours would be cheapest, probably, or one of. And then Canadians are always like insane. It's like almost double what the Americans are, in terms of the currency. It's wild. Don't know, it could just be for stuff that's like technology and like PC parts or whatever, but God, have we run out of stuff to talk about? We're talking about freaking exchange rates. What's going on here? Jesus Christ. But yeah, wild. Appreciate the membership. Thank you. But yeah, I have slacked this week with members content. I'll get back on it, I promise. I do also want to do more of the live stream stuff for members. I just don't know when I'm going to have the time. Like, I know I put a post up. Sorry, pardon me. I know I put a post up like a few weeks ago asking members if they'd be interested in me doing like watch-alongs for older shows that are like... The issue is I don't know how you lot would watch is the only thing, which I kind of is also why I've not done it. Because you'd kind of need my AEW at least, or a way to load up the old pay-per-view, right? So that's kind of why I didn't end up doing that. But yeah, I did put that out. I do kind of want to do that, but it's also how long AEW pay-per-views are, man. I don't know what I find at the time for it. Love how everyone is flabbergasted, and I'm like, $3, that's so cheap. It's just because I know, like I said, I watch Linus Tech Tips quite frequently, and whenever he talks about Canadian prices, I'm always blown away by how much more things are in Canada. It's just wild. I suppose for stuff that's like cost less, you're not going to notice it as much. It is when you start when the price starts climbing, right? That's when you notice it more. Who do you think will be the final two of the Continental Cup? I honestly do think Mox will probably make it to the final. I'll be kind of surprised if he doesn't. I'm kind of thinking Mox versus Jay White, to be honest. And I am maybe WWE braining it a little bit, just because I'm like, they're the only two like names that are jumping out at me, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's kind of what I've got in mind initially right now. Seeds when Mox gets knocked out first round. That's going to be great. Call me a jinx or what? God. But yeah, I appreciate the memberships. I appreciate that. Thank you. As well, if you are just joining us, be sure to hit like. We're currently sat on 13 right now. And yeah, subscribe if you haven't already. We hit 1.6k the other day, which is insane. Never thought that'd ever be possible. We are firmly on the road to 2,000 subscribers now. So, again, never thought that was a sentence I'd ever say. But yeah, we are on that road. Who impressed you for Bolton today? Oh, freaking Larazabal. Oh my god, he looked unreal today. He looked unreal. Sorry, we're talking. I support Bolton Wanderers, football or soccer. Yeah, first game of the season started today, technically, but it was in a cup that I wasn't bothered about. So, but yeah, Larazabal was freaking unreal. Do you know what? Actually, Donny that used to play for Rangers, I forgot what's he called? Ben Davis. He looked all right. We actually, we genuinely, we looked like we were playing very well, and then Xavier Simons decided to just punch a 17-year-old in the stomach because banter, you know. So, and then it scuffed us. I don't actually know, George, but I wasn't paying that close attention. I was more bothered about Jack because he was doing a watch-along. Mox versus Nigel because England. Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit earlier. I think, is that not then just... I don't know, is that not a bit much? Because you've got Osprey on the card, you've got the Brawling Birds on the card, they're both in pretty high-profile matches. If we whack Nigel in the finals of the Continental Cup, is that not just a little bit too much? Also, now that I have a membership, I feel more comfortable to tell George to kick rocks since he cheers for Rangers. Don't take this seriously, Celtic. No, take it seriously. George, kick rocks. Perish. I tell him to do it all the time, it's fine. But your team got rattled and lashed out attacking... sorry, oh yes, all 11 people, did they? Is that why one person got sent off, Jonah? Nice one. Moron. He's 17, get him... Yeah, it's not a great look. Not a great look. Not a great look for Xavier Simons. And to be honest, I'd kind of get it if he'd been rattled the entire game by him or whatever. Like, then it's just like, you're being human at that point, right? But you still shouldn't do it, but he wasn't. I feel like he hadn't done anything. Like, he had his shirt pulled once and he just decided to punch him. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, well, he's off. And then he was off. But I think that cost us, man. Or else I think we win that game. Evident by the fact that Sheffield only managed to score one goal as well, because they just didn't have that many chances. We had more chances. I feel like we were moving the ball quite well. I think it's an improvement on our passing from last season. We just weren't able to get a goal. And then obviously Simons does what he does. But it's Carabao Cup. I really don't care. I'm more bothered about the Championship, to be honest. My local club plays in a pop-up stadium made out of recycled shipping containers. Interesting. Welcome to the Majesty of less than 10-year-old Canadian Premier League. Interesting. And it's still better than the Scottish League. They're a league below. I would expect them to have barely any chances. Thanks, Jonah, pal. Thanks. Sky's blue. Oh, God. I think Jonah, this is what I don't get about Jonah, right? And I know I'm falling for his rage bait. I know I am. But, like, you're a Newcastle fan. Why are you so rattled? Or not rattled, that's the wrong word. Why are you so bothered about little Bolton Wanderers? Yeah? Because is it because you've got rid of half your players? Yeah. Kind of concerned about how you're going to actually field a blooming full 11? No. What's happening? I'm not. You were literally in Jack's chat earlier watching the game and watching him react to it. Before you get big-headed, yeah, I honestly, I'm so big-headed about my football team that I've said multiple times we'll get relegated if we don't sign at least 5 or 6 more people. Now, you're right, I'm so big-headed. How dare I? I don't understand you, Jonah, bro. I really don't. So many times I've said that, but apparently I'm too big-headed. Interesting. After what? We lose to in the Carabao Cup. Great. That I said earlier is pointless. Because you just get a Prem team and then get battered. That's the point. Said you need more signings, then you denied it and wanted to mute me. I literally top 10 things that never happened, but alright. I actually don't have a club really in England, Oxford United, because Oxford United. Oh, I don't like him. Because I have a buddy from there, but if Ali Johnston goes to Everton, that's where I'll end up. Yeah, for context, I don't know if you'll know this. A couple of years ago, when we were in the playoffs in League One, we went up against Oxford and they battered us. So, not a big fan. Not a big fan. Ben Davis was at Oxford. Didn't ask. Pepsi Max or Cherry Coke? Do you know what? These days, I'd probably say Pepsi, you know. I think it's just the one I grab. It's not really a choice. It's like, to be honest, I've Dr. Pepper over both of them these days. I'll be real. But I don't know. It just depends what's available. Like, if I go in and, like, I've already had a Monster for that day or whatever, because I'm not one of these people that has about 17 a day, right? If I've already had a Monster and whatever and I'm going to the shop and I want a drink, it's probably going to be Dr. Pepper. But if they don't have Dr. Pepper for whatever reason, I'm probably going to end up picking up a Pepsi over a Coke. I can't lie. Can't lie. The same person who says that their club is going to win the Prem because of getting a youngster, new coach, getting rid of all the players, by the way. Yep. Pepsi Max cherry hits the spot. It is very good. It is very good. To be honest, though, I feel like a lot of them do taste pretty similar. Right now, we have Blackberry Dr. Pepper. What? And that is the absolute best. Blackberry Dr. Pepper. That sounds questionable, I'll be honest. Very questionable. I have Lucasade, Iron Brew, and Pepsi Max. Sure. People still drink Lucasade unless you play football. I don't. As you do, it's one of the only things you've got in Scotland, isn't it? I don't think we'll win the Prem for another 10 seasons minimum because it's corrupt. Of course it is. Until you win it one season, then all of a sudden, I love the Premier League. It was, good job, lads. Like Argentina in the World Cup. Good God. Professor Pepe. Hey, listen. Sometimes, I'll say it, right? I think I've said this before, but like, there's a bad rep around, like, you know, off-brand versions of things, right? Sometimes, I'll say it, they hit the spot. Sometimes, they're better. I'll say it. I'm not talking about, like, Coke specifically, but I don't know, I feel like they hit just as well. Like, if you're thirsty or whatever, and you're in Aldi, and you're like, okay, I don't really want to pay full price for Coke, so I'll get the off-brand one. Sometimes it just hits exactly the same. Whack it in the fridge for a bit, it's fine. Does it go stale after, like, stale, as if it's bread? Does it, like, kind of go flat after a couple of days? Yeah, sure, but so does everything if you leave it open in the fridge. You know? Never decided it. It's not even about that. I just think sometimes the products are just good. Like, I get most of the time off-brand cereal of, like, is it called Craze or Crave? I think Craze is the knockoff one. Crave, they're like the little pillow things that have got chocolate in them. Yes, I'm 5 years old. But, you know, like, I'd argue they taste exactly the same, if not slightly better, because the flavours are just better. I don't know. It feels like, I don't know if I want to say this, because it might end up in a lawsuit or any future brand deals of going down the drain. But I feel like Coke and Pepsi and whatever, they taste sometimes a bit more like manufactured. You know what I mean? They don't feel like, I don't know, sometimes you're drinking what you're drinking and you don't actually, it doesn't taste like what you're meant to be drinking, you know? Does that make sense? Off-brand chocolate, yeah, I get the off-brand freaking buttons from Aldi these days. Freaking chocolate's chocolate, innit? You know what I mean? Nah, bruv. Christ, he's Will Ospreay. Aldi's off-brand penguin bars are called seal bars. Jesus Christ. How they've not been sued a bajillion times is beyond me. I suppose they can't. If it's not the same name, they can't really do anything, can they? But wild. Absolutely wild. Why is Kieran just put cows? What was the... Oh, Crave. Got it. Why did... This is what I mean about YouTube. It's got an auto-translate thing. I think I've had this rant before. He's put Crave and it's translated it to cows. What? Okay. Come from a really small part of Canada and we have a local ginger ale brand called Sussex Golden and it's so much better than any big company equivalent. I think it's because sometimes it just feels like they put more like actual ingredients in it. You know what I mean? Like on the off-brand ones, there's like always like more flavour, I feel like. Depending on what it is. For example, if you have like knockoff Doritos, I think they're a prime example. they have so much. Like if you get cheese Doritos or whatever, sometimes you can get a pack of Doritos that doesn't even really taste like it's got anything in it, right? But then like you get the knockoff ones and they've got so much freaking like cheese dust on them. It's great. Burns your mouth off by the end, but you know. Not even that, Charlotte, because I'm not cringe. But you know. Love Oxford Nutrition brand it? No. Anything with Oxford on it? No. What's freaking nutrition? Does it look like I care about the nutrition? Let's be honest. Huh? God. I'm going to try and fix this as well, because I think this is bugged out on me a little bit. Or I'm just not. YouTube's just bugged out on me. Right. It's saying sign in to chat on my YouTube studio, but evidently I'm still logged in. So I don't really know what's going on. I'm going to refresh the page and hope this doesn't break everything. That's what I'm going to do. Nope. Ooh. We're okay for now. We're okay for now. Okay, there we go. It's asking me to pick the account again. Flashbang. Holy. No, it's not loading. Oh, there we go. Are we good now? It's just taking its time. It's now just taking forever to load everything. There's middle aisle in Aldi's. Oh, hello. There we go. We're back. Let me pause that. Don't need that. There we go. It's updating everything now. It wasn't updating the viewers or the likes or whatever. Oh, we dropped out for a second. Then I saw that. It's fine. We should be all right now. It was just loading stuff. What was I reading? That middle aisle in Aldi's great. It's the only place where in one section you can buy fabric softener, an air fryer, a wheelbarrow wheel, and size 5 slippers. Drew. Here in Canada, we literally have a cultural icon known as the No Name brand. The products all come in plain yellow packaging with just the name of the product on it. So it's like a designer kind of thing. You know? It's like Off-White. You know what I mean? That's a whole like brand, but it's also, isn't it, a colorway? And that was the whole point. It's like mysterious, you know? Right? Am I completely off? I don't know. I don't shop designer things. What's its the worst crisp? I don't think they're the worst. I think low key, right? This might be controversial for my UK brethrens, right? I think Skips are overrated. I think Skips have got very little flavour. They're just a knockoff Quaver. Let's be honest, they're just not curled. What's it's a mid? They're not horrendous. But like, yeah, they're not my go-to anymore. Like, they never were, to be honest. But Skips are amazing. What's-its are awful. I'd put What's-its above Skips all day. All day. Frisps. I think I've had them before. I could be wrong. I'm googling. Hold on. I think I've had them in like a mystery box thing ages ago. I don't know if it was that brand though. What were they called again? Frisps. I don't know that. Was it this? Oh no, it's not these. Never mind. Cat, are you good? There's a weird noise. Yeah, no, these weren't what I was thinking of. What was I thinking of? I don't even know where to begin of what I was thinking of. There's like these like American crisps, or like, I think they're American. But like they're like really thin, but like they're kind of curved as well, and I don't know how to describe it, to be honest. But yeah, Frisps was kind of like Pringles in texture. Interesting. Frazzles are bad. Frazzles are for like 5-year-olds. Just Google it and you'll understand. So it wasn't a designer thing originally. They started making dumb designer crap now, but it used to be cheap off-brand option, and the way they made it look off-brand became its brand. Fair enough. Salt and vinegar anything I can't eat, by the way. Salt and vinegar Pringles are the worst, by the way, because they just burn your mouth off. It's like, genuinely, it's like somebody hands you a tube of acid and you just put it in your mouth. I don't get it. I don't get how people like it, to be honest. But yeah, Discos are the same. They're quite similar to the salt and vinegar Pringles as well. just burn your mouth off. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, LPV, hey, listen, we all do from time to time. You know what I mean? Takes the edge off. You know what I mean? But that's a joke, YouTube, by the way. Don't demonetize me, Christ. We're talking about a food brand. Sure. You have awful taste buds, and you're just awful. Salt and vinegar is not a flavour, it's a torture device. True. See, this is what we talk about before a wrestling show starts, right? This is what we all tune in for. There's 19 people here, right now. You know what I mean? 18 people listening to us waffle about freaking crisps. We are here for collision, lads, I promise. Oh, God. Salt and vinegar is one of the best. No, salt and vinegar is what you put on your chips, pal. And even then, I don't do that. I'll just put salt on them. What's the worst part about salt and vinegar crisps? They burn everything off. The edges of your mouth are basically cut to shreds. Yeah, because of the crisp edges and the salt and vinegar making the pain worse. Exactly. And then for the next week, your gums or your cheeks and whatever, the inside of your cheeks just feel like they've had someone go through them with a lawnmower. It's honestly horrendous. I just like crisps. Had to put my 2p in. I'm more of a chocolate person, me. I prefer chocolate these days. When I was younger, it would have been crisp, but now chocolate's my poison. For any Americans here, it's not crisps, not chips. Fight me. I've never understood that, by the way. Why do they call them chips in America? I don't understand. I mean, we have to fill the time before collision, and there's only so much wrestling to talk about. Do you know what? True. For salt and vinegar, then cheese nut, you're just wrong in everything in life, to be fair. It depends what mood I'm in. Is Jonah satanic? What's happening? Why? What did he say? Oh, salt and vinegar is one of the... Oh, wait, no. I like when I... in the salt and vinegar. Jonah? From streamer to viewer, see a therapist. Because there's deeper issues there. Just put it out there. You basically just said that you like the pain. So I'm just saying that there's help out there. There's numbers you can call. Okay. Therapist. Probably number one call. Maybe a loony bin as well. You know, there's multiple things that you can do. R-Truth was so confused at us saying crisps. How's R-Truth managed to get into this conversation? Well, he's also saying that you've met him. I don't think you've met him. What are we doing? Calling crisp chips is like when WWE name wrestlers something different just because they can. You mean like Mike Santana and now he's called Cruz something or other. Ketchup chips / chips, Canadian staple, which people hate and flavour at that shot like it's the most common condiment you put on fried potatoes. Yeah, to be honest, ketchup flavoured crisps, I think works. Because, you do literally just put ketchup on chips. Potato chips, but they're all made out of potato. See, this is why Americans, no offense to any Americans watching, but my opinion of you is that you're stupid, right? Because, what do you mean you call it chips, right? Because how do you differentiate? You know what I mean? You're like, oh yeah, the ones that are made out of potatoes. Oh wait, they're all made out of potatoes. It's like, you know what I mean? There's no differentiation there. Whereas we call it crisps, so we know what we're talking about, and not chips, because the fluffy ones, you know what I mean? They call it fried. Fried. He's doubled down. Fries, there you go. Which, yeah, but that's also technically different. Because chips is what you get with a steak, right? For example, that's meant to be what it is. And then fries is what you get with your McDonald's. You know what I mean? See, there's just no differentiation, bro. You know what I mean? Honestly, Americans. I apologise if anyone's watching this back as a VOD. And you are American. But Jesus Christ. You call a liquid a gas. So, anyway. Don't get me started on Mike Santana's name. It's a tribute to his dad. No, it's a trademark for bad WWE and a tribute dress. Mind you, we also have all dressed and people are like, what flavour's that? Hang on. Mind you, we also have all dressed and people... I don't want to be that guy and feed into the stereotype, but what flavour's that going to be? Is that going to be sour cream or something? Or ranch, as Americans would call it. I'm guessing they're the same thing, right? Or are they different? I don't know. They call it French fries. It's not even French. Thanks for that one, pal. To get back onto the wrestling, we've got about 20 minutes. And there are fries, which is the funniest, the thinnest type of chips. Like, I was going to say funniest. What do you mean funniest? How can potatoes be funny? That's small potato stuff. If you name the reference, we're friends, not you, Jonah. Surely if it's fries, it should be le fries. But doesn't that literally mean, would that not translate to literally the fries? We've spoken about some questionable things in my streams before, but I think this might be up there. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Big potato stuff. Don't spoil the film. Don't be that person. I've kind of already just done it, but it's fine. Oh, God. Good God. We have fun. We have fun. See, and if you are here and you're not subscribed, this is what you're missing out on. Huh? So hit subscribe. Thank you. Mix of sour cream and onion, salt and vinegar, barbecue and just pick a flavour. Because there are 4 most popular flavours. What if we used all of them? Heart attack, probably. Just throwing it out there. All of that can't be nice. Surely there's just too many flavours going on at that point, no? That just, I don't know. It's too many. You've got the barbecue in there, you've got sour cream and that salt and vinegar, which is just Satan's anything. Right? Like, surely they don't go well together. Can't go well together. Can't do. Sort of 6-man tag is that. Do you know what, LPV? I respect the fact you're keeping it on brand. We're here for a wrestling show and we're keeping it on brand of wrestling. I like it. That sounds scary, honestly. Well, yeah, heart attacks are pretty scary, Charlotte. Went from wrestling to wholesalers to food. Could argue wholesalers and food are similar kind of thing, but yeah. Salt and vinegar, you can also say that that's food. To Spider-Man, this is a great conversation. Where are we at currently? We are just under 20 minutes away from Collision starting. Keyword pre-show, that is true. Do you know what? I'm imagining people's faces now because, you know, normally I don't know if this one's going to do the same, but normally when I've done the Collision ones before, the views still climb by a good couple of hundred, a couple of days after the show, or like day after the show, or whatever. Right? Anyone that is watching this VOD back, I'm sorry you've got to sit through this. You've probably skipped all this, let's be honest, but, you know. Do you like any Bolton Stadium, Scran? I mean, I used to, because we have Cars Pasties, which is literally just a Bolton thing. I don't know if they've now started to expand outside. I think there's maybe one in Preston, somewhere. But it is literally like a Bolton, like, family-owned bakery, basically. It's basically like Greg's, but, you know, not a big corporation. It's quite nice, but I can never have Cars Pasties again, because, and this is going to get a bit deep, at my granddad's funeral, my nan decided to order way too many of them. So we ended up just having Cars Pasties for weeks, and I'm not kidding. I'm genuinely not kidding, hand on heart. We had so many, and they were just never ending. So I can never eat Cars Pasties again. It kind of ruined it a little bit. Kind of ruined it. Apart from the obvious, what would you change about yourself? Bro's trying to do TikTok trends on me, Joe, bro. If you're watching the VOD, skip this part. No, watch this part. This is what you're missing out on not joining us live. Frauds. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Not you lot that are here live. I'm talking to the ones that are watching it tomorrow. You know what I mean? That we're not live. I see you. Huh? God. At least hit like. Salt and vinegar to the funeral. Okay. Jesus. But other than that, Jordan, no, not really, because then that's the only thing I ever really got from Bolton Stadium. Did you wear a suit at Aura Farm? Yes. Totally. I don't even know how old I was, but it's sure. Nah, I didn't wear a full thing. Do you know what? This is how, like, peak it is. Obviously, I matched the attire. I had a shirt on. I had a black tie on, you know, black pants, black shoes. And then I just had my normal blooming, like, tracky jacket over me. Just because I wanted to be comfortable. So, yeah. It was all black. It fit the theme. You know what I mean? I don't like wearing shirts, bro. I ain't that guy. I'd rather be in blooming... Honestly, if I could have, I would have rocked up in blooming trackies, to be honest. I would have done. Trackies and a t-shirt, you know. Maybe more shorts these days, but it would have been a cold day. I feel like these aren't the questions you ask when someone talks about something like that. Yeah, well, Jonah's not got a heart. It's been 3 months now of everything you've seen. Who on the AEW roster do you think is over and underrated? I don't necessarily know that I'd say anyone's underrated, because any name that will come into mind, I feel like it would just be because I just haven't seen enough of them yet. I'd say like an Ace Austin, for example, who we're going to see today. I just feel I've only seen like 2 matches. This might be like the 3rd or 4th match I've seen, something like that. So, I don't know. I still don't know that I'm really there yet, but an overrated, I don't know anyone. Like, I genuinely don't think anyone is overrated so far. It's your funeral song, not Fix Your Face. Okay. Should have thought I can't bring up any sentimental topic with you lot. Good God. It's going to be fun for me because I can't watch Collision until tomorrow morning. Oh, God. So, hang on. You're the one I've just called out. At least you showed your face and became a member, so you're off the hook. You know that part where I was just talking about the ones that are going to watch the watch along tomorrow or in the next couple of days? You just ignore that bit, Gabriel. You're fine. Everyone else. Good God. Just trying to switch it up. You asked if I wore a suit to Aura Farm. You were kind of still on topic. You were insensitive about it, but you were on topic. Christian Cage is very underrated. Is he? Because he's a legend of the business. You know what I mean? Just in general. For me, I don't know. Is he underrated? Because he's a legend, you know? AJ Lee's overrated. Hey, watch your mouth. God. Nah, I think she was a trailblazer, man. I feel like she was in an era where, you know, women weren't taken seriously. They all looked blonde and they all were like, you know, divas, right? Literally by name. And AJ was the one that was the kind of one of the first ones to stick out from that. So, you know, Cody's so overrated. Joe Brown, no one asked you. So I don't know. I feel like AJ's just. I think she made a lot of change. She was the one that opened the door, really, for the women's revolution, whatever we change the name to. So yeah, I don't know that I'd say she is overrated, to be honest. In terms of her wrestling, yeah, maybe, but in terms of the impact she's had, Liv's overrated. I disagree with that. I think she's done really well to get out of her Riot Squad era and become a main event player and become women's champion and all this stuff. She's done really well to get out of that. Like, she had a glass ceiling, let's be honest, right? And she broke through the glass ceiling and became insane. So, I usually agree, but I've been watching stuff from Japan and the women were also even years before the evolution. Yeah, I mean, listen, of course, you can always point to stuff outside of WWE, but George, watch your mouth. That is the closest you've ever come to being banned. No, don't even say that as a joke. You will respect Kiana James. That's why I don't like Scottish people. When Revolution started in 2019, yeah, you can always point to other companies, but listen, the last one to catch up was WWE, which is why it was such a big deal. And you've got to understand, like me, a lot of people only tuned into WWE for most of their wrestling journey, right? Most of their life. So, you know, that's why it gets so much praise as being like, oh, yeah, this was the first place it happened. Of course, it's probably not, right? But equally, TNA probably wasn't either. You know what I mean? Like, there was probably a company before that was booking women quite well. You know what I mean? So you can always point to someone before someone, you know, until you get to, the first person, I guess. But if you thought about watching some of the AEW story recaps and reacting to them for your channel, things like Better Than You, yeah, I have. The issue is some of them are like over like a couple of hours long, and I'm like, for one, I think there's a slight hint of ADHD in me that I just can't sit for that long and just watch one thing and try and take in a bunch of information. It's why, if you've watched my videos, I will forget stuff. It's because it's like in school. It's why I wasn't like a smarty pants, because knowledge doesn't stick up here unless it's like something I'm very invested in. But if someone is just in front of me, spewing a lot of information at me, you know what I mean? You know, I don't take it in because it is just someone in front of me just spewing a load of information at me. You know what I mean? Better than new documentaries like 40 minutes long. Yeah, there's some though that are like a couple of hours, and I'm just like, yeah, I ain't got the energy for that, to be honest. But yeah, I know like people probably would be interested in it, and listen, I'm very much open to you guys' ideas. Your guys' ideas? You guys' ideas? I'm very open to your ideas, but yeah, I don't know. It's also just finding the time again. Like again, I'm already like juggling members stuff, which I know that'd probably be for members or whatever. But you know, that plus the weekly reviews, streaming on Twitch, like gets quite time consuming. So if I can find the time, then yeah, 100%. Apparently he's trying to say, I don't care, Jonah. Right now, I don't care. There's 10 minutes till collision. Leave me alone. Everyone had his apart from Jonah and George. Yeah, true. Very true. I think the full Tony Storm and Ryan May story is about 3.5 hours. Yeah, see, crazy. But it covers everything, is great. But I just can't take the information in though. Like, it's why I like names and whatever. I'm still going to be sat here in a year's time forgetting people's names that are on the AEW roster. I guarantee it. I just forget stuff. And then like people will point it out in the comments and I'm like, oh yeah, I knew that, but I didn't say it. Why did I not say it? You know what I mean? So, yeah. By the way, I know, like, as well, obviously, we will be doing a review for the show tomorrow, as well. But hopefully, as long as something somewhat big happens, because I know I've started doing it different now. A lot of people have now told me that they prefer the way I do the reviews now, where I just focus in on specific things that happen. Like, for example, the other week, it was Kenny and Ospreay. I think Grand Slam Mexico was basically just more about the show itself and a couple of the matches, not all of them, but... So you're saying you're going to forget about Kenny Omega? Probably. If he disappears off TV for a few weeks, maybe, yeah. Maybe. But genuinely, though, my memory's freaking horrendous. It's awful. Absolutely awful. Very unrelated to its quality or not, I do want you to watch the Mimosa match between Orange Cassidy and Jericho. Isn't that an alcoholic drink? A mimosa? Oh no, it's a drink of some kind, no? Why would you do that to him? What do you mean? Why? What's that then? What? If Kenny had kept wrestling with Vertigo, Kenny might have forgotten about Kenny. Interesting. I have awful memory, maybe except when it comes to the Shield. Jesus Christ. I think she likes the Shield, chat. Not quite sure. It's not good. Interesting. I think Jonah's officially lost it. He has officially lost it. He never had it, but you know, he's now officially lost it. Get ready for more Shield rants from Charlotte and Streams again. Shield is done now. No, is it? You don't say. That's crazy. That's crazy. George, we've been trying to tell her, but she just doesn't. She refuses to listen, and I kind of respect it, to be honest. Oh, I think I've just butchered my YouTube chat. Oh god, there we go. He's fixed. Give me a date and I'll tell you what happened. Please don't. Let's not feed into her addiction. Thanks. She needs to start the grieving process. She's already 25 years too late. This was before you joined AEW fan club, but a lot of Kenny's first world title run was suffering from vertigo and injuries to his neck, knee and spine. I did not know that. December 18th, 1980. Really? Jesus Christ. We were talking about snacks 5 seconds ago, by the way. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Jesus. We've got 6 minutes, chat. 6 minutes. Can he put on repeated 5-star bangers with a broken body and no equilibrium? If in doubt, mention food, Jobra. Jonah, you need to work on your phrasing of some things, brother. Jeez. Just say he's that guy. What's the need to have his nationality in there or whatever? Like, what are we doing here, bro? What's doing? He's going to be the one that gets me banned, by the way. He's fully going to be the one. I'm going to get cancelled for something he says. Good God. I apologise in advance if anyone's offended by that. He's from Newcastle. They don't have brains. I think you'd like Pro Wrestling Eve. It's an all-women's... Nah, you've lost me. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Relax, that one's killed the career. They do a thing called Multiverse Rumble, and all the women on the roster dress up. Mr. Bean won this year. I think you've gone on the wrong website, LPV, to be honest. I don't think that was a wrestling show. I think you might have clicked on a parody of some kind, if you catch my drift. Okay? Maybe stay off that side of the internet. You know? I don't know. That sounds like some weird thing. Maybe let's not tell people you're into that. Anyway. Good God. It's not offensive or anything. Jonah, stop talking, thanks. Oh, 5 minutes, chat. I've put these on 5 minutes too early, but it's fine. It's fine. There we go. I'm hoping this all works, because I'll be honest, I did have issues earlier, and I think I fixed for me on my end for watching Collision, but hopefully we're fine. Hopefully. If you do make it, you need to cut ties with Jordan before he ends your career. Don't worry, as soon as there's enough viewers, he'll be gone. You might be as well, George. I don't think you're safe. We've got 1 minute and 10 seconds until the Collision stream goes up. All right, time to play Football Manager and listen to you react to a show I'm not watching. I appreciate it. Hey, we'll take all the views we can get. So, it's much appreciated. And enjoy Football Manager. I hope you win everything. Just Osprey helps produce the show. One of the girls came out to him, and then Triple H and Shawn Michaels came out and gave him a pedigree. Oh, Shawn Michaels, Triple H, got it. Osprey was on commentary laughing. I think I've seen that clip, actually. I don't know why, but that's set something off in my brain that, like, you've seen that. Interesting. When do you think we get Motor City machine guns in action? I think you'd announce them, though. Unless we get them in, like, a squash match, maybe. An enhancement thing. I've invested my stocks in this account. In the YouTube account? I disagree. It went viral, but yeah, I feel like I've seen it. Oh, there we go. I can click on it. Watch now. Let's double check I haven't got the audio for you lot. Right, there we go. Watch live. Meaning your Twitch. But have you invested on Lee's level? I don't think you have you? Wicked Head. You're not wrong. We can. Hold on. I'm also having a little bit of issues right now. Oh, my monitors do this thing to get right. Hold on. What I'm going to have to do... Oh, God, it's stupid. Right, I'm going to have to do that. And then... Right. We should be good now. I don't know why, but there's basically... I've got a weird glitch with my freaking setup at the minute. Where basically... I normally have OBS on this monitor here. Right? And then whatever I'm watching on this monitor. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's just my AEW thing or what, but for some reason I hear crackling in my ears and the screen starts glitching. But if I swap them, so OBS is here, then it's fine. It makes no sense. But yeah, there we go. I've sorted that now. Yeah, we are just hearing the blooming We're also hearing a talk to Tony Khan. Oh, they fixed it now. Oh, they fixed it. Oh, they fixed it. Poopsicles. Chat, just to clarify, we're all on a black screen as well, right? We're all on a black screen. Have I frozen? Black screen, okay. Unless it's a debut. Oh, well, the show's not even started yet. They did it the other week, though, to be fair. They did, it was the clown people. I forgot what they were called. But they showed, like, an opening segment a bit too early. On Dynamite, I want to say. Or it might have even been last week, I don't know. Howdy, Collision Cowboys. Hello, Shindo. How are we? How are we? Here we are. We are live. We're in Colorado. It's a bit awkward now because I'm looking here, but the chat's all the way over here. Paul Light's on commentary again. 10 out of 10 show already. What sponsorships are on the mat? Get this. None. Can we audio sync? I don't know how you expect me to do that. Well, it's the big show. Bow, bow. Copyright. Bow, bow. All right, we're getting a rundown of the rules for the Continental Cup. Is he Big Show? Yes. Is there Wingstop chairs? Unfortunately not, honestly. It's what we all want, isn't it? Do you know what I'm going to do for this? I'm going to... Oh, God. Can you still hear me? Yeah. I'm going to try and get... I'm manoeuvring my boom mic at the minute. I'm talking, you couldn't even hear me. Do you know what? I'm just going to leave it there. It's fine though, isn't it, chat? Get a recap of Grand Slam right now. Grand Slam was insane. Saying that, if I do that, is that better? It's a bit more like at me then, isn't it? Okay. This is a really scuffed way of me doing this, but it's fine. Petrified AEW stream. Sorry. In fact, I'm going to swap these. Let me... OBS, why are you being difficult? Right, there we go. Right, I was just swapping the chat from the right side to the left side so I could see it a bit better. Without me looking all the way to the right to see it. You had 2 hours to do this. Well, no, because we had the issue earlier and I thought I'd fixed it, but apparently not. Was it Claudio first? We've got the Death Riders music. I'm guessing it's going to be Claudio. Sorry, I know I'm faffing with the mic. Give me a sec. There we go. Is that good, chat? Here's Claudio. He's against Ace Austin, isn't he? This is going to be a good match. It should be a good match anyway. Cesaro, yep. Yep, I agree. Couldn't agree more, Claudio. Seen Sting's son wrestling? I haven't, no. I have not. It was been discussing Chris reported business. True. Very true. This is a good way to kick off this show, by the way. Fun fact, they taped our stuff for Global Wars at Mexico, which is yet to be announced on Ring of Honor TV. Interesting. Claudio's getting warmed up. Here comes Ace Austin. Daz, it should be in the description, pal. I can't really remember it off the top of my head, I'll be honest. That is what I saw was announced. There might be a couple of things missing, but that's the majority of the show. Is he still bald? Is the sky still blue? Maybe a little quiet in chat. I'm not watching AEW and I have a migraine. I'm trying to fight. Just go to sleep, Charlotte. It's fine. You've been here for a couple of hours. You've put in a shift. I respect it. Here we go. First round of the Continental Cup. $22 days away from All In. Here do we go. Making up for lost time. Last time I remember Cesaro was Money in the Bank versus Roman. I don't even remember that. Oh, it was COVID, wasn't it? Ace Austin has been English, just been stomped out. Jonah, what's forcing you to watch, brother? Nice. Lands on his feet. Okay. Arm drag. Counter the arm drag this time, Cesaro. Do you think Hangman's team have a match in Wembley? I feel like you got to, right? Got to. I don't know how many more matches are going to get added, though. I don't know against who, though. Random thought, what's Matt Riddle doing now? Last I heard, he was on a site for fans showing his... how do I put this in a kind of PG way? He was showing his weapon. That's not a good way. But you know what I'm trying to say. He was showing off his sausage. Last I heard. Nice dropkick. How many views do AEW get? I couldn't tell you. Do you know why? Because I don't work in TV or care about ratings. Like what I've seen from Ace Austin, man. I really do. And I think it's only like my third or fourth time seeing him wrestle, but... Oh, Claudio catches him. He's in MLW, he is, yeah. I'm saying that like I know. I'm just taking your word for it, to be honest. Do you know what? I really like having Paul White on freaking commentary, you know. Really enjoy it. Sent it to the barricade. How do you know he's doing that? Because it went viral on Twitter and people saying it. I know you think I'm a pervert like you that has like Googled that, but I have not. Do you know why? Because I'm a Christian boy. He's addicted to this stuff. Yeah, I'm addicted to seeing Matt Riddle get his sausage out. Yeah, totally. Jonah, go to bed. Thanks. I need pay for money. Where's that come from? Right, okay. I do, but that's irrelevant. Nice. Handstand. I don't think Claudio meant to hit him on the hand then. Knee. I'm not tired, so I'll just rage bait. Interesting. I could test out the feature, actually. You could be the first person I ban in the YouTube chat, and you wouldn't know, because I'm pretty sure that YouTube still lets you type. But I just don't see it. Go to an ad break. Fast start to this. Very fast start. It's throwing me off this. Having to look this way, but knowing I'm streaming. I normally watch it on this monitor, but like, Christ. It's just because my setup is so like B-Tech. Elbow, nice. Oh, God. Up and over, oof. Yeah, I've got Claudio winning this. I feel like. Never know, though. Could get a shock. Could get a shock win. I'm invested in Hangman's career at the moment. It's subtle, but he's happy because for the first time in 6 years, he doesn't have the burden of chasing the world title. He's at peace for now. Is Sheamus going to join AEW? I mean, you can't write it off, can you? I think if he's gonna end up in a different company, I think it's most likely AEW. Because I don't think a Sheamus could go to a TNA, I'll be honest. He could. There's nothing stopping him. But, like, he's just that big of a name that it's either WWE or AEW, really. I think are the only two options. So if he's not in WWE, I'd like to think he probably ends up in AEW. Or he just calls it a day. I think that's an option for him. I don't know. I find it hard to, like, picture Sheamus outside of WWE. I can't lie. Pinfall, 1. Kick out. There was news that AEW has 7 talents due to sign. 2 of them already arrived with Motor City. Another 2 with the New Day. Who else got released? Wyatt 6. Sack it. Go to Glasgow for Dynamite and Wembley for my 3rd All In 3 weeks away. Well, I hope you have an amazing time. I'm totally not jealous that you're going to All In and I can't. Totally not. Nah, I hope you have a good time, man. Kyrie's possible, yeah. Right, we are back from commercial, I believe. Ace Austin trying to power up Claudio. Sleeper. It's Christ, we're watching a Gunther match. Can you give me free accommodation for Dynamite, Briggsy? George can give you free accommodation for Dynamite. Why would I step foot in Scotland for any reason? What? Best believe, by the way, if AEW end up going to like Manchester or whatever, I don't know if they've done that, but if they end up going to Manchester at some point, I'm there. Assuming I can afford it. But I'd Mars bar before the show. Or you'll just get battered before the show. It's one of them. Into the corner, uppercut. Pin. 1, 2, kick out. Oh yeah, they're going to Vegas, aren't they? Manchester last December. Oh, they have done Manchester. Best believe I try and go. If they went to Manchester, because that's a lot more financially possible than like London, to be honest. Because, you know, Manchester at least is driving distance. I don't drive, but there's easier ways to get there that aren't as time consuming or as expensive. And the tickets will probably be reasonable, so Ooh, nice kick. Back suplex from Ace Austin. Leg drop. It's the Hydra, isn't it? I'm not actually sure. To be honest, I don't know how many arenas Glasgow has, to be honest. Oh, God. Blocked. Nice. Hurricane Rana. Claudio on the outside. Austin going for a dive. Oh, my God. Great dive. Oh, my days. Don't understand. How could you turn like that? You know what I mean? He basically, it's wild. I don't get it, but fair enough. Nice leg drop. 1, 2, kick out. Very close. Hydra is a killer getting alcohol. I wouldn't know because I've never been to Scotland. Or that part of Scotland, anyway. It's a massive arena, though, isn't it? Because Clash was in there, no? Or is that a different arena? I can't remember. If WrestleMania comes to England, what's more likely, Old Trafford or Wembley? I think Wembley. Kick out. I think it's got to be Wembley. Because Wembley's just iconic, isn't it? It's why AEW go to Wembley and stuff. There's not many wrestling shows come to England and go to big events, so. Kick out just about for Ace Austin. That was a weak kick out. They would aim for Wembley, yeah, probably. Probably. Crowd are hyped, you know. Getting Claudio to go for the swing. And he's going to oblige. Oh, countered though. Roll up. Never mind. Submission, like leg lock sleeper thing, I'm going to go with. I know that's definitely not the technical name for it, but hey. Have you had a look at the coach ticket deals? Take you to Wembley on the day? Yeah, I did, but it's like 6 hours to be honest. I did have a friend say that he'd be down to drive down with me. Not a wrestling fan, but that he'd be down to do like a little road trip thing. But it's not even just that. It's just like the ticket's fine. Getting there would probably be fine. It's then like getting a hotel, especially now. It's so late that it's August. Everything's probably booked up, so it just wasn't financially possible. Plus, I've never been to London, so I'd probably want to explore London a little bit. I just probably wouldn't have had much money left over, if any, so it just wasn't financially possible. Obviously, don't dox yourself. I'm based in Bolton, me. It's like just outside Manchester, if you don't know where Bolton is. Literally a part of the place called Greater Manchester, so. I think Ospreay shows up tonight. I don't know that there's a need for him to be honest. Jordan, chill out. Claudio gets it. Claudio advances. Pretty good match. Fun way to start. Fun way to start. 4-ish hours. I think it was like 6 hours or something on a coach. Something like that. Claudio was advanced. Good match. Really good match. Back and forth, hard hitting. Love it. London traffic is impossible too. London's just expensive in general. Like I said, if you wanted to get the train down, I'm pretty sure it's like a couple £100. It's wild. If it was downhill, you'd probably do it in 5. Okay. Your next big trip. When was the first big trip? What would you be next? I would have a look back at Dynamite. Looking back at Ospreay. Paris. Yeah, that was when I was in like year 7, when I was a kid. It's not really a big trip. Do you reckon it's cheaper then? Bro, I don't know about this. This might make me look a bit stupid. Oh. He's talking about Wembley. Osprey says he can say he's read it. He asks if Kenny's read it. I think, honestly, I kind of feel like it'd be cheaper to get to Paris than it would to London. Because I don't think it's that spenny. Because you just get a blooming, you just get a cruise, don't you? It's like an hour, a cruise. Christ. You just get the blooming boat that's like an hour. Just start walking now. Okay. Clears Paris, Rome, Barcelona, Madrid, Athens, Istanbul. What? London? Sure. Train's like more expensive. I think it'd be roughly 2.5 hours. Yeah. It's like 200 quid. Stupid. Because like I said, I did actually like start planning it. I was going to be like, okay, if I've got a number in mind, then maybe it's possible. But I very quickly realised it ain't possible. Paris is awful. Paris is awful. It's built up as this like romantic, like beautiful city, and it's not. You get there, you've just got a bunch of people trying to sell you stuff. Just leave me alone. And they eat snails, wrong'uns. Next year I'm making. I don't care about Rangers. It's just shame there's French people, and people have riots every week. Oh, but France is great. Visit them. What? Continental Cup winner needs to walk up the Wembley steps to the Royal Box to receive the trophy like the FA Cup. They're missing out on an epic moment if they don't do that. I never thought about that, but they probably don't even know what that is, do they? Surely. Unless like Osprey or someone tells them that, but... That match was fun. Good way to start. We're currently at an ad right now. Well, I'm seeing the Collision logo, which is new, because this normally doesn't happen. I normally see a My AEW logo, but I'm seeing the Collision logo today. They're treating me. Tony Khan will know because he owns Fulham, doesn't it? Yeah, but he's not been in the position to win anything with Fulham, has he? So he doesn't know what that means. Is Brest a place in France, or is that only a football team? Well, George, I'm going to blow your mind right now, but chances are it's probably a place, because that's kind of how football teams work. You know what I mean? You've got Chelsea, it's a place in London. You know what I mean? Arsenal's not quite, but, you know, it's based in London. You know what I mean? But the majority of them are places. Yeah. I don't like when people say to skip Collision until they watch Dynamite. I had quite a few people tell me that in comments. But I just want to, if I'm going to watch a company, I want to watch all of it. You know what I mean? WWE's different because NXT wasn't always around. Now just at a black screen again here. Where's Port Vale? I think that's in London, though. Currently at a black screen. Go ahead, Eagle. Okay, this is why I said most, lads. Listen to words. Port Vale Stoke. Oh, hello. Oh, we're looking back at the Motor City Machine Guns. The River Vale. Do I look like I know geography, Jonah? Okay, they say everyone's in their sights. Do you know how I said earlier, because Paul White's on commentary, that it was a 10 out of 10 show? It's now a 20 out of 10 show because Alex Windsor's here. Alex Windsor. Hold on, I'm trying to change my blooming... Oh, hello. Why is my blooming... Any chance? You love that guy. Yeah, Alex Windsor's totally a guy. You moron. I'll be honest, I'm just going to put versus jobbers. I'm not going to lie to you. Well, Alex Windsor's guaranteed a win, so this is my favourite collision ever. Viva Van, is she someone of importance? Here we go. Straight in. Trading strikes. Jade Cargill will try not to botch challenge if possible. Oh my god. Keep jobbers. Well, I was planning on doing it, pal. Thanks. Didn't know I needed permission for that. No, these two people they are facing because Viva have been on Ring of Honor. Well, I don't know that, so don't take offense to me calling them jobbers, but let's be honest, they are being jobbed out, okay? Technically, it's accurate. And also, anyone that gets in there with Alex Windsor is a jobber in my eyes. I was going to say, they messed that up. Jamie Hayter was still stood in the corner when Alex Windsor tried to blow in tag her. Nice. Nice. Boot to the face by Jamie Hayter. She signed to AEW too. Does that mean Ospreay's a jobber at home? Yes. Hey, listen, I would be. Sorry, that was vile, but you know. Sometimes I forget that this is going to be a thing. You know what I mean? On Twitch, like, I know that, like, you know, on Twitch, there is still VODs. Like, people could go back and watch them, but it's not really as big of a thing on Twitch. YouTube, people are going to watch this, and people are going to have just heard me say that. But it's fine. Crossbody. 1, 2, kick out from Jamie Hayter. Jonah, I don't know what we're doing here, but chill out, bro. Nice. Double clothesline. With Ring of Honor, they have people on the that isn't signed to AEW. So it's kind of like the, you know, WWE AAA kind of vibe then. Because, like, technically, not everyone at AAA signed to a WWE contract. Alex Windsor's back in. Don't know if I've mentioned this, and I have mentioned this, but some of you might not have seen it. Alex Windsor viewed my Instagram story a couple of weeks ago, just saying. Called her the GOAT, and she saw it, so. Just saying, we're basically best friends. We basically know each other. Double headbutt. It's feeling like this is going to be it. Nice. Two birds, one stone, clothesline. Jamie go for the pin. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Brawley Birds get it. W. They got her in the end. Yeah, they struggled a little bit there, I'll be honest. But, you know. Dub. Alex Windsor gets a win. That's all I need to see. Lads, I vote we call it I vote we call it a day. Successful stream. We came back for Collision. Alex Windsor's just got a win. Divine Dominion. Divine Dominion coming out. Making me want Vimto now. I don't care. Oh, they're behind you. Oh, God. See, I told you. I should have ended the stream quickly. Should have just ended it because now this is ruining my day. My day's ruined. This is now a 1 out of 10 show. Divide Dominion have attacked Brawling Birds. Wonder why Carrion hasn't gone to AEW. He said before that he kind of is still in a mindset of wanting to get back to WWE. Like, that's where he wants to be. So he thinks it'd be unfair to go to AEW and be like, oh yeah, watch AEW when his heart's not in it. Plus, I feel like he's just enjoying himself on the indies, to be honest. Oh, no, not Alex Windsor. Do it to Jamie Hayter, but oh, that table did not break. What's that table made out of? Concrete. Jesus Christ. Somebody check on her now. Doc, hey, Doc, check on her. Check on her. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I am the table. Botchamania is still a thing. Like Megan Bain and Lena Cross. I think they're a good team. It just sucks that they've just attacked my favourite team. In fact, to be honest, I don't really care about Jamie Hayter, I can't lie. But Alex Windsor, how dare they? They've crossed a line. They have. Crossed a line. Botchamania still going strong. Damn. I mean, to be fair, I suppose the botches haven't stopped in wrestling, have they? So, makes sense. Looking back at Grand Slam Mexico again, we're looking at Kevin Knight instead. Kiara James or Alex Windsor? Oh. I think I've got to lean towards Alex Windsor just because she's English. So already there's more of a connection there. You know what I mean? Feel like that's just no-brainer. Darby says that he thinks everyone forgot what he's capable of. Okay. Okay. Darby Allin, Kevin Knight, TNT title, all in, falls count anywhere. Who's this? I'm still learning music. And I've also not heard this one before, I don't think. Oh, it's Orange Cassidy. Have I heard that before? To be fair, I'm used to him coming out to the conglomeration theme. Who's he facing again? Oh, I can't freaking type. It's a singles theme. Well, thanks, LPV. I figured that bit out. No, there's no conglomeration, so I hope so. Christ. I feel like he doesn't really come out on his own all that often, though, does he? First round of the Continental Cup. Obviously, Claudio has already advanced. Matt Sydal, it's literally the thumbnail. I should have known that. For those of you that are in the chat that aren't watching, Matt Sydal is formerly known as Evan Bourne. That's how you spell that, right? I'm going with it. Happy to help. If you need help with anything, just shout. I'll be sure not to. Oh my god, he still wrestles, yep. He literally came back a couple of weeks ago from injury, I believe. Has Christopher Daniels retired? Okay. He says he's here to win the cup. He has. Damn. Said a bit, George. Hangman retired him last year. Was the Texas death match on Collision. Very brutal. I'd like to have seen him wrestle in AEW, to be honest. I could just go back, to be fair, but see, Christopher Daniels, I used to watch TNA, so I used to watch him in TNA a little bit. Would have been cool to see him wrestle one more time. Here we go. Both men lock up. Hangman retired him. If you are currently in the stream as well and haven't done already, be sure to hit like for me. It's very much appreciated. Also lets me know that you want more of these when I can do them. I'm pushing my looks for a Rangers Hibs prediction. Yes, I want to bleach my eyeballs out. That's my prediction. And also subscribe as well if you haven't already, if you are new. Headlock. Oh, no, never mind. Thumbs up. I think he did the greatest kick out. Moonsault ever on Hangman, who had a barbed wire table laid on top of him. Interesting. Or it was something similar to that. I can't remember. Christ. I'll take that. Joby. Oh. See you in a bit, George. I hope you have the worst night's sleep possible. Orange Cassidy's great, man. Roll up. What do you mean, awe? I said I hope you have the worst night's sleep ever. How's that an awe? What? Orange Cassidy going for a standing moonsault here? Oh, he did. Okay. He missed, but, you know, he went for it. Matt Sydal hits it. 1, 2, kick out. I've got a feeling that Orange Cassidy advances here, right? Do you know what, actually? Maybe I slept earlier when somebody asked me for a prediction. I think I slept on Orange Cassidy a little bit. I think he could go quite far in this. It's just, he's 42. He's 42. I want whatever freaking skincare routine he's got. He does not look 42. Fair enough. Fair play. It's all the orange juice, isn't it? It's all the orange juice. Get it? Orange Cassidy. He's also got 216 wins. Is that what Paul White just said? 216 wins. Jesus Christ. I'm looking at him. Honestly, if you'd have asked me, I'd have said he's 30 max. I don't know if that's just me being awful at guessing ages or like what, but jeez, 42. Lazy gimmicks prolong your career. True, actually. I suppose he doesn't really need to bump all that often. Both men are up top here. Both men with the forearm. Both men fall, tumble out of the ring. Same with Finn. Yeah, to be fair, Finn doesn't look like he's aged. He looks exactly the same. He's just got a longer beard. Until he shaves it, but, you know. I think we've just gone to ad break. Or an ad break. Same with Truth. He's not age one. But, yeah, but you can kind of tell a bit more with R-Truth. I get what he's saying, but, like, I feel like you could tell. You know? I mean, just for the sheer amount of time he's been in the company, but... Count to 6. 7. 1, 2, kick out. I think I've held on as long as I can. Gonna try sleep because the migraine's sending me. You're all good, Charlotte. I appreciate you being here. Kick out. Oh, we've got Speedball versus Myron Reed tonight. That'll cook. That'll cook. He's doing the laser gimmick till he became one of my early international champions. Or one of my. Where did I pull my from? One of the early international champions. He then went on a godlike title run. He defended every week, like 30 weeks straight. I'm a slow reader, aren't I? If you haven't seen this his match versus Ospreay, First Forbidden Door, it's a big must watch and where I get on the Orange Cassidy train. Might have to give that a watch for members, you know. We've got an 8-man tag tonight. Death Riders are in action against Bang Bang Gang. Have we already done this, or am I hang on, what? See you in a bit, Charlotte. Enjoy the rest of AEW. I will. Although Alex Windsor's already been on, so I can't enjoy it as much. Is he going to roll back over to the other side? He just told him to stay. He's rolling to the other side. Oh, God. Orange Cassidy's freaking great. Honestly. Oh, then a pin. 1, 2, kick out. Orange Cassidy's so fun. Sydal's targeting the leg. What's good about Orange Cassidy's title run is when he got to like last 4 weeks of defending, you could see his body slowly breaking down. He ended up losing to Moxley on a pay-per-view. He just couldn't keep going. Kind of like when we tell those stories in wrestling. We did it with Punk and Roman at Mania just gone. Where like Punk, like just specifically in that match, he'd given everything and like couldn't physically carry on. Kind of liked it because I feel like you don't see it all that often in wrestling. You know what I mean? That would be a possibility, wouldn't it? You've been going at someone like if you're putting on a 40-minute banger, you're gonna have nothing left. Oh God! Oh, he's just kicked him in the blooming throat. Right? Okay. And then in the head. Yeah, why not? Why not? Injure him a bit more, Matt. Why don't you? Going up top. Ooh, Meteora from the top. Love a Meteora, me, you know. It's a simple move, but it looks brutal. Kick out. Orange Cassidy's still in this. I've got a feeling Orange Cassidy's getting this, I'll be honest. I want Matt Sydal to win, but I think Orange Cassidy is. I'm leaning towards Orange Cassidy, to be honest. Because Matt's only just come back, hasn't he? So that could also be the reason you end up putting him through, I guess. But what I suggest before you watch Orange Cassidy versus Ospreay, watch Pac versus Orange Cassidy from Revolution. It's Cassidy's first singles match in AEW. It's definitely a defining. We'll get there. Defining moment where everyone saw how good he was. Noted. Am I going to forget that in like 20 minutes? Probably, but I appreciate it. I wonder when Austin Creed and Kofi will debut before or at All In. They'd help sell tickets if they had. Nice. If they announced, but it feels like a surprise on the night. Yeah, we actually spoke a bit about it earlier because we had a very similar reasoning to you, Stone Dog Millionaire. Where you know talking about ticket sales and stuff. Roll up 1, 2, kick out. I think it's just, you know, Motor City, you can understand them bringing them back in Detroit because they're from there. Woods and Kofi don't have any affiliation to any upcoming shows, I don't think, so. Plus, it'd be a pretty big moment if after Edge and Christian and, Cage and Cope against Young Bucks, if they come out, 1, 2, kick out. And I think it'd be a pretty big moment if they come out after that tag match at All In. But you could bring them in before, like you said, to kind of, you know, give them a match at All In. You could also bring them in after All In as the next feud, you know. But I don't really know when you bring them in. I also don't even know. They might not even be signed. We don't know yet. I know a lot of people are confident that it'll happen, but it doesn't necessarily mean it will, you know. We've just got to wait and see what happens. Ooh. Nice. Do you know what? It's kind of like it's kind of nice seeing Matt Sydal wrestle, you know, because obviously I knew him as having born in WWE and he didn't really do much in WWE, but seeing him wrestle here, like, it's showing me his potential, bro. Oh, hands in the pockets time. Yeah, but haven't him and Woods had a like rivalry over the like gaming and whatever for years? Is that not? Are they not just playing into that? Dive to the outside. That was a bit. Matt Sydal there, he did a bit too much though. He got collided and very softly put himself against the table and like made it look like it hurt. Don't know where that one, Chief. DDT. 1, 2. Oh, kick out again. These two are low-key cooking, you know. These two are low-key cooking. They be cooking. Oh, the elbow pads come off. Someone made a little sign of an orange slice with freaking glasses on it. That's great. Counted, roll up. 1, 2, kick out. Christ. That was close. Oh! Sydal's trying to go up top again. Gonna go for that shooting star press. Oh, doesn't get it. Oh! I feel like, okay, 1, 2. Orange Cassidy gets it. Cassidy gets it. I feel like he second guessed himself then. He looked like he was gonna try and land on his feet and then just decided, no, last second I'm gonna I'm gonna land on my knees instead. Don't know if that was a good idea. Christ. So Claudio and Orange Cassidy have gone through. They have advanced. The combined age of everyone in that match is 86. What do you mean? In the Cajun Cope Young Bucks match? Or this match? Actually, it's fair. It'd be way higher than... Yeah, I can't do maths. There's a reason I failed it. If it was 4 people, it'd be way higher than 86. Christ. Ignore me. Hello, Mox. Altitude's a myth, says Mox. Mox says he has a soft spot for Jack Perry. Oh, I didn't even notice that earlier. Jack Perry's in that Bang Bang Gang Death Riders match. Didn't even notice him earlier. Could we potentially... I think we could end up getting Mox against Claudio, you know. Rascals. The Rascals. Who are these lot against? Sorry, 85. Orange Cassidy is 42. Oh, yeah, it's Myron... Wait. Oh, no, it is this. I thought it was Myron Reed. OC's 42, Sydal's 43. Is that Aaron Solo again? Aaron Solo's back. Again, listen, I did it for the women. I'm going to do it for the men as well. Versus Jobbers. In fact, versus Jobber and RB's lover. There we go. That's accurate, right? Jesus Mox never takes a break. He's got to be like the hardest worker in AEW. I've been very impressed with what I've seen from him in AEW, to be fair. And I know this is just like not even probably what a lot of people would say is his best work, I guess, but... but he wants to go back to WWE. Here we go. Aaron Solo, Zachary Wentz starting. I have just realised as well, I've not done punctuation. Hold on. Nope, that's the wrong thing. That. There we go. Fixed it. Mox would wrestle on Ring of Honor as well if he could. Why can't he? I mean, he's doing enough, to be fair, but... Oof, nice. Kick into a German suplex. God, Rascals are great. He's running from the ground. I'm guessing after this match we go into the Myron Reed versus Speedball. I think that would make sense. He's already out here, so. Nice. Oh! That kick was... Ugh. I think he just knocked his eye loose. Kick to the gut. Nice. Ooh. Oh, okay. 1, 2. Rascals win. Rascals get the win. God, Rascals are so fun, bro. So fun to watch. Yeah, Speedball versus Myron Reed next. Shock win. God, I know, right? I so thought Arizolo had that. Oh, they've got a mic. Chat, how do you spell Myron Reed? Is it R-E-E-D or is it R-E-I-D? I'm going to go with that. I could change it if not. Didn't know they would win it all. Rascal saying that they belong. Is it that? Yeah, okay. So we're the best wrestle. One of the best trios. Trios titles. Okay. Bit of a mixed reaction there for Speedball. Well, yeah, because it. Well, is he all right? He does know that like the match did get announced, right? So he's asking the crowd as if it's an impromptu match. We've already seen the graphic that it was happening, so we knew it was happening. Okay. It was already happening, but all right. Rascals booking their own show that was already booked. Crazy. Good God. Action-packed collision. Here comes Speedball. It should be fun. It should be very fun. Luckily, Speedball's just actually, I know, right? Weird how that works. He was just waiting in Gorilla, just conveniently hoping that Myron Reed would call him out. Weird, that, isn't it? Oh, God. It should be a very good match. Very good match. Don't get why Speedball wrestles in those shoes. Do you know what? It'd be weird, right? Because if I was a wrestler, I honestly don't think I could work with someone that didn't have shoes on. It's just I don't know what it is, but you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Don't really want your blooming sweaty, dirty feet kicking me in the face, to be honest. At least if it's shoes, I'm not feeling your like skin. You know what I mean? I don't know. It freaked me out. Yeah, here we go. Fast start to this. Very fast start. To me, this is the best Rascals member of them all. Do you know what? I kind of back it, I'll be honest. I mean, I saw Desmond in NXT for a little bit on the short stint that I watched NXT for a couple of months. Zachary Wentz, I only saw when he came back because they did like a Rascals reunion in NXT when the TNA partnership first started. And then obviously he turned on him, and then I saw that feud. But other than that, yeah, but since watching Myron Reed, I could back it, I'll be honest. I could back it. Bet Speedball sleeps wearing shoes. It's the only logical explanation. 22 days away from All In. Even like Solo used to do it, didn't he, in WWE? Oh, God. Nice. I was worried about Speedball stubbing his toes. This is why you wear shoes. You know what I mean? Realistically, if you're his opponent, you just step on his toe. You know what I mean? That'll stop him. Step on his toe, put it under the blooming ring steps. Golden. He'll soon put shoes on. Speedball did that moonsault off the Arena Mexico steps. Oh, God. I don't know why you thought that was a good idea. Who let him do that? If that had gone wrong, all he's doing is breaking his ribs. Oh, God. I forgot to mention, this is prime example. Do you know we were talking earlier about how my memory of things slipped my mind? That's something I wanted to talk about, and then I don't think I even ended up talking about them. Oh, no, I spoke about the match. I just forgot to mention that spot. I was like, who let him do that? Smash toe. I didn't even think about that. I was more bothered about his ribs. Or his knees. Because he's just like, there wasn't enough. I don't think he logically looked at it and put science into it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that was an insane spot, by the way. Springboard moonsault to the outside. AEW. 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 But yeah, never let him do that freaking spot at Grand Slam Mexico, bro. They wanted him to break his toes, break his shins, knees, blooming elbows, everything. Christ. I think he just did it. It was like how it worked. Well, yeah, it's the only logical thing, because he didn't... Either they did map it out to the point where it's like, okay, it's safe, you're not going to, like, you know, end yourself. Or he just ignored everything and went up too far. Because there was still quite a lot of steps. You know what I mean? At least with, like, Kenny at Beach Break, you know, the only person he was going to hit was MJF and not himself. He was still landed in sand, so it still probably didn't tickle, but, you know. I think we are at commercial break now, right? Darby was jealous he wasn't doing anything dangerous. That's a good point, actually. I didn't even think about that. I don't like MJF. I freaking love him. Jesus Christ. I think he's so good. So good. And I know he's meant to be a heel, so I'll go along with it and pretend to hate him because he's a heel, but, like, I think he's great. So good. Caught. Suplex. No, okay, Stun Dog Millionaire. Sure. Okay, what are we going for here? Myron, okay. Ducks the clothesline. Oh, double cross bodies. Both men kick up. Both men kick each other in the head. These two are matching each other quite well. This is what I was expecting from this match, to be honest. This is exactly what I was expecting. Fast-paced, kind of matching each other back and forth. I love the fact, whenever Paul White is on commentary, he just pokes fun at himself the entire time. Or, like, the others poke fun at him, like, oh, why have you never got off the top rope? Or, like, you know what I mean? Because obviously he's a giant. He was doing it then. He was like, oh, I didn't have to go into anyone else's, you know, bag of moves. I had my own little satchel. Paul White is so good on commentary. The Fletcher Speedball match was fantastic. I can't remember if it was an Avalanche Poison Rana, and I thought Fletcher broke his neck. That match was so good. So good. The whole show was freaking great from start to finish. Great back and forth from these two. These are always some of my favourite matches in wrestling, man. Whenever it's back and forth and they make you, like, not know who's going to win. You know what I mean? Because let's be honest. I mean, we've called a couple of these matches in terms of who's going to win already, like Claudio and Orange Cassidy. But they make you believe that you're going to be wrong. That is what I love about it. Give me a match where it's back and forth. Make me doubt myself, you know? Oh, God. Oh God, he's not laying up on them kicks. Jesus Christ. Bandito versus Fletcher was a freaking banger. Freaking banger. All right, he's going for a cutter. I know this look. He's going for a cutter. Oh, speedball counted. Nice. Oh God, is he going for the? No. He is going for the. Okay. I know he's got knee pads on, but anytime he does that, I can't not physically cringe. Oh God. Oh my God, he counted it. Okay. Oh, these two are just going for it. Fair enough. Speedball is unreal. Unreal. I think he's tweaked his knee. I think he is just selling, but oh my God. Actually, he's probably not just selling the knee. He's just bashed both his kneecaps on the freaking ring apron. I'm surprised he can walk. In fact, we don't know that he can walk, to be honest. He's not got up yet. I don't think we're back from commercial break yet, are we? Or are we? I think we might be because the promo went all in. God, we're an hour into the show already, by the way, lads. Jesus crap, what do you mean? I feel like whenever I do watch-alongs for shows, it always goes by so quick. Unless it's WWE, because you get to like the third or fourth hour of a SmackDown that's dead. Not fourth hour, they don't do 4 hours. But, you know, you get to third hour of a SmackDown when it's on 3 hours, and then that's questionable. But normally, whenever I'm doing these blooming watch-alongs, I feel like the shows go so quick. Like, what do you mean we're already an hour in? Speedball versus Bandito versus Fletcher versus Myron Reed would be a banger. I still stand by, right? This is probably like a dream match of mine. I don't really sit here and think about dream matches, I'll be honest. But for me, and I've said it since I started watching AEW, Myron Reed, not Speedball, Kevin Knight, Javon Evans. I think they're my three people that I'd love to see. Triple threat match of those three would be honestly just insane. Just absolutely insane. We need a cup upset in one of these matches. I don't think this is for this isn't a cup match, is it? Or is it? Oh, it probably won't ever happen, but cutter, nice. Kick. Oh, he's going for the double D's. Oh! Randy Orton would be proud of that one. Caught him with a cutter. Oh God, he's got to dive over there, isn't he? He's thinking. You can see the cogs turning in his head. Oh God, Speedball has got a death wish. He was like this close from landing on the freaking steps and not having a back. Oh my God. Can someone tell him to chill out? I'll just be more spatially aware. Count to the 450. Roll through. Nice. Speedball gets it. Wow. Wow. I feel like that match went from like 0 to 100 to kind of about 50, straight back to 100 again. Wow. Great match. Great match. How he is moving any part of his bottom half is crazy. How are his legs working? I wouldn't be shocked to find out that he actually has just injured his knee from that blooming spot where he missed. They didn't win with a dodgy figure 4 leg lock. David Finlay, the dogs. Okay. Ooh, like that line. Good promo, this. Who? Good promo. My only complaint is that he said that anything goes, but that literally isn't the case. Because it's a Continental match, isn't it? DQs are a thing, right? So, it's fine. I forgot what this match is now. Shida and someone. Persephone, isn't it? Persephone versus... I want to say Maya World and someone. Hyan and Maya World, got it. I don't think this is fitting on the graphic, I'll be honest. Chat, I don't think this is going to fit. We're just going to shorten it and we're going to... That'll do. To be fair, I could move it over a little bit, but then that's just going to scuff like the illusion that the chat and the thing. So I'm going to let you in on a bit of behind the scenes here. This red background isn't all one. It's two different. I've just colour matched it really well. So it'd be a bit of a faff for me to move it over. And I think aesthetically this looks good, right? You know? Or we could come up with team names. Mayan. Nah, don't put me in charge of anything. The best I came up with was Mayan. Jesus Christ. Let's ignore that. Jesus Christ. Persephone. Yeah, me and LPV shouldn't be anywhere near anything. Christ. Sounds like my nan. Yeah. Kind of did. Yeah. Oh, God. There's room for improvement, but it's fine. It's fine. My World and Shida look like they're going to start off. Oh, no, never mind. Hyan is going to start off. Nothing wrong with my name, and it was your pronunciation. Nah, don't put this on me. Don't put this on me, just because you suck. There's a sign there that says, give the dogs a blooming adjective. Why did I struggle so hard? I'm just going to stop talking. It's too late for this. Adjective. I've not said that word in about 1 billion years. Poor White, though. Tribute to their dads, probably. That reference is going right over my head. Kick out. Persephone Shida. That might be worse than anything me that we came up with, I'll be honest. Oh, God. But back to the Mighty Santana thing. Oh, God. Oh, now Shida's in. Ref, do your job. Do it well. Oh, my world got tagged in at some point as well. Chat, you distracted me now. I missed the tag. God. My world fighter back. Shida phone. Do you know what? Honestly, that's got WWE written all over it, by the way. Nice. Ooh. Spinning heel kick. 1, 2, kick out. Don't know why, but Shida phone makes me think of Drake. I don't know why. Read into that what you will. It sounds like a new phone tariff. Yeah, true. Shida phone. Sounds like a dodgy third-party company that's definitely going to scam you. Oh, you can get the iPhone 17 for just $1. Maya. Oh, counted. She gets clocked by both of them. Going to an ad break. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, into the barricade. Yep. You're funny. Well, Axel, I try. No, I try. I suppose if I'm going to try and be a content creator, I've got to put some effort in, haven't I? You know what I mean? Oh, God. In the corner, Shida. Oh, no. She's biting. What is it with AEW wrestlers and biting people? Are they cannibals? Is that what this is? Am I in a cult? Oh, my God. Sickos as well. You all call yourself sickos. Oh, God. I'm in a cult. I'm in a cult. They've got me. They've got me. Oh, God. I've sold my soul. Not to the rock. 1, 2, kick out. Catering must be bad. They all come out hungry. Oh, God. Persephone Shida is just the same as Proto Shida. I mean, yeah, sure, but... so what you're doing is it's not original. You've just nabbed it. Any chance. She can't get the stuff. She's just arguing with the ref. How has that started the clapping? But I mean, okay. Fair play. But I mean, Maya World tapped the turnbuckle twice, so that eventually started the clapping of the crowd. But all right. Ref, do your job. Any chance? They're clearly breaking the rules in front of you, and you're not doing your job. Do better. Persephone's been tagged in. Irish whip. Elbow. 1, 2, kick out. Ooh, headbutt. Another headbutt. Me and Tony Schiavone are on the same page. I could do his job, right? Oh my God, chat, maybe that's my way in. That's my way into the wrestling business. What if I just become a commentator? Thoughts? I could do it, right? I could be better than Michael Cole. You went to see Swerve versus Hangman Texas death match. I'm afraid, to be honest, that someone might actually perish. There was no biting, but Hangman must have been thirsty because he literally drank Swerve's blood. It was crazy. I'm in a cult. This is what AEW is, isn't it? It's a cult. Oh, God, I've heard about these. I've heard about these. What do you mean, no? I'd be all right on commentary. I'm doing it now, am I not? I wish I was joking. To be honest, it doesn't surprise me because I remember seeing the clip of, wasn't it also Swerve that got injected? Was that in that match? He got injected in the lip at some point. That's where I kind of maybe draw the line with the extreme stuff, I'll be honest. Double hot tag. Shida taken out. Persephone taken out. Oof. Joe Test gives more personality than you. All right. Pardon me for dreaming. Hyan tag back in. He legit lets it drip in his mouth and he then does the Triple H water spray with it. I want to go back to WWE. I'm scared. I'm in danger. That was unique. Okay. Like Hurricane Rana head scissors thing into a cannonball, sure. Kick out. That's my first suggestion. That's going to the bottom of the list. That's never seen the time of day. Oh, God. No, Persephone trips Maya. I think we're back from commercial break now. I can never tell. I get too distracted. Oof, nice knee from Shida. Persephone, drop kick. It feels like it's going to be it, you know. Falcon Arrow. Oh no, Maya's back in. Breaks it up. Hyan also kicked out at the same time. Shida trying to put it away. The match, I mean. Dirty-minded people. Maya World's back in. Double team. Nice. Face first goes Shida. 1, 2. That was almost definitely a 3 count. Almost definitely a 3 count. Persephone was very late to that. Very late. It's good to see Shida back. She was away from AEW for quite some time with visa issues. Was a year ago, so I didn't see her. Oh my God. I don't know why burp is so much tonight. Sorry, I'm not usually this unprofessional. I am, but still. This feels like it could be the end. Spear. Don't know if that's her finish. I'm guessing it is. 1, 2. Kick out. If it is her finish, it's not very effective. It's got Shida up. Thought we were going to get a Jade Cargill reference then. More unprofessionalism on Twitch. True. What on earth are we doing here then? I mean, Shida and Persephone win, but I'm more concerned on if freaking Hyan's alive. Oh my God. That did not look clean at all, did it? Great match, but Jesus Christ. Concussion protocol might have to get brought into effect here. Jesus Christ. It's cool as a finisher, though. My session is October 2nd, 2019 Dynamite, Rio versus Nyla Rose to create the first ever AEW Women's Champ. I'll try and add it to the list. See, WWE, this is how you crown a new champion and don't have her pinned. Meaning Maya World. Kevin Knight. Okay. 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 Kevin Knight challenging Jericho. Interesting. Michael Hayes definitely pitched to Triple H to have Chelsea take the pin so she could be buried already as champ. Can't believe we did that. Ooh, 8-man tag next. Have I really got to put Bang Bang Gang and Jack Perry versus Death Riders? That ain't fitting on this graphic. Death Right, it's not even in caps. What am I doing? I'm an amateur, honestly. Death Riders versus Bang Bang Gang. Boom. Yes, you do. Yeah, we're not doing that. I could just abbreviate it to be. It's fine. He's joined the Bang Bang Gang now, chat. Have you not heard? Don't know if it's just me, but I can't see. I can see any wrestler get pinned, and it doesn't diminish my view of them. People are quick to say buried, but I think that's silly. No, I normally agree, but like in terms of WWE at least, I mean, having Chelsea Green get pinned in in like pretty much the same week, effectively, as her winning the championship is a bit, especially when as well. I was literally talking about, you know, how do you make Chelsea Green look like a legitimate champion, and then the first show that she's on as champion, she's getting pinned. You know what I mean? So that's where my issue is with it. SmackDown was horrible. I disagree. You know that they're making Chelsea Green pay for what she did. SmackDown I actually thought was all right that first hour. Second hour was a bit ugh, but you know. I agree with you. Yeah, I don't normally like to say, oh, you know, this person's buried, that person's buried, but you know, I kind of feel like. Nah, you're good at LPV. I mean, listen, it applies in general, doesn't it? I was just giving context on why I thought that it's not great. But yeah, no, I'm not normally one of these people that's like, oh, this person's buried, that person's buried, because I understand there's a bigger picture, right? But yeah, but the Chelsea one, it is just a bit like she's literally won the championship days ago, and we've already had a pin. You know what I mean? When you think about like, it comes down to the thing of like, you don't do it to Rome and you don't do it to Cody, do you? You know what I mean? But then when it comes to Chelsea, we've done it. I don't know why, but black screen again. God, they're loving the black screens today, aren't they? Christ. You can just see the AEW logo in the top left. Goodness. Oh, well, good stream. Chat, GG's. I guess we're not getting that 8-man tag we were just promised. If it was Roman, he wouldn't be wrestling on TV. Well, that's where you're wrong. He's wrestling on Raw in Mexico, defending his world title. Now who feels stupid? And I'm pretty sure the last time he wrestled was Raw on Netflix, wasn't it? The debut. But that is a very good point you have. Very good point. Any chance here, lads? Oh, Jesus. Good, this. He's actually wrestling on Raw. Kira, you knew this. It's a Raw in Mexico. That's what the tournament's for. Hello. Is this recently or is this past footage? And now I'm at my AEW screen. What just happened? Oh, we're back again. What's happening? This is the G1 climax. Is this happening like not like right this second, but like over the last few weeks or months or whatever? Happening now. Here we go. 8-man tag team. Bang Bang Gang making their way out. Who's wrestling on Raw? I was being dramatic because he hasn't done that since January 2025. So you just copied what I said. Thanks, Kieran. Juice Robinson, bro. I mean this in the nicest way possible, but does Juice Robinson not give anyone else like crackhead vibes? In the best way possible. For any of my American friends, or just people that don't understand what I mean by that. Basically, it seems like he's on drugs. There's not really any way I can sugarcoat that, I'll be honest. You know what I mean? Just with the energy he brings, he just seems like mental. You know? No, I'm out of tune. It's fine. I don't like doing that. What am I supposed to say? His last weekly show was in 2019. Yes. Say something different. G1 is intense. Over the course of 4 weeks, each wrestler will wrestle 9 matches. Roman does that in 1 year. What do you mean? Christ. Whoa. Started as a similar tournament. God, why is everyone doing tournaments, man? Christ. 1 year. That's his workhorse era. That's why he's around now. He wanted to prove to people that he's not part-time. Do you know what happens after this era? He goes away again. Oh my God, that is actually crazy. Before Roman versus Solo, Roman's last weekly show match was in 2019. Now we're talking. See, look at Juice Robinson's just running round, bro. Look at him. He's just in his own little world. You know what I mean? Here come the Death Riders. By the way, again, another thing I forgot to mention in my blooming Dynamite review the other day. Pac coming out in Arena Mexico with an England top on. My go. If you watch that game, you know. If you know, you know. The Death Riders. They ride the death. Huddle, huddle, huddle. 5-star GP started July 18th and goes till 23rd of August. Christ. A lot of tournaments in wrestling, isn't there? Jeez. Not long ago, I had King and Queen in the ring. We had the Owen Hart Cup. We've now got the Continental Cup. We've got a tournament to see who faces Roman Reigns in Mexico for the World Heavyweight title. G1's going on. Blimmin', you know, that one that you're talking about is going on. Christ. Other reason I bring it up is as Julia Hart is in it. I thought Mox was going to be a gentleman then. Nope. He decided to just move the chair out of Marina's way. The Mox. It is the Mox. I want to see Marina wrestle more. I think I've said this before. I've seen her wrestle once. And I know people have told me she wrestles on like Ring of Honor and stuff, but like, I'm watching enough wrestling as it is. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I did float the idea in the SmackDown stream as well, but obviously they get lesser viewers. While we've got more people here, I've been tempted to actually watch a Ring of Honor show and like maybe kind of review it and just give my thoughts on it. Not as like a weekly thing, just like as a one-off. Because obviously the AEW versions did so well at being like, oh, first time watching. I was kind of tempted, but I just keep not getting around to it, and I don't even know what the viewership would be like. But I don't know. I have had a couple of people over the last few months ask me if I was going to cover Ring of Honor, but I don't really plan to. But I could definitely just do like a one-off. Watch the Ring of Honor pay-per-view, see if you like it. When's that? I know it's soon, right? It's Death of Dishonor. Guessing it's around All In-ish time? August 21st. Why is August 21st sticking out to me as a date? There's something happening on August 21st. Is that not, is Dynamite not on at the same time then? Or have I just made that up? Because isn't that... August 21st is the date is sticking out of my head and I don't know why. It'll be somewhat wrestling related. Oh, same day SmackDown. Yeah, you see. Yeah, I don't know, Chief. Suppose I could do it the day after because I don't do the WWE reviews anymore, but usually a Friday, you see, if it clashes with things, like, to be honest, my thing was, and I made this very clear when I started covering AEW, I was like, WWE will always come first. I've stopped doing the reviews because there's not much point with the amount of effort I have to put into. I know what you're thinking. Effort, you just sat there waffling about a wrestling show. But in terms of the editing or whatever, it's just not really worth me posting the WWE stuff if people aren't interested, right? But yeah, I'm gonna still try and do the watch-alongs every Friday. So if you're ever about, feel free to join us. But yeah, I don't know. Like WWE would always kind of take priority a little bit. Then it'll be AEW, and then it'll be like anything else, basically. I don't really watch anything else, but tend to have the same match quality as AEW pay-per-views, but the people you may not have seen much of. Watch it after SmackDown when you wake up or something. Yeah, I could do. How long are they normally? I've not really been paying attention to this match, I'll be honest. Juice Robinson's in. I won't be able to watch it after SmackDown because that's like 4 a.m. or whatever, isn't it? Well, 3 a.m. now that it's like 2 hours. Whatever the maths is, you know what I mean? 4 hours. Why is everything so long? To be fair, I'll take 4 hours over 5 hours, I guess, if I want to be optimistic about it, but... Nice. Double crossbody from Juice. Go home shows and the shows after one of the big four PLEs normally do good in review videos. What, in terms of WWE? It depends on what the pay-per-view is, though. And even then, they don't do the numbers that the AEW stuff does. Because I know there is some people that, like, there is a crossover with people that have found the channel through my AEW stuff that still obviously tune in, keep an eye, or whatever it is to do with WWE. Like, I've had a few people tell me that they were using my reviews to kind of keep up a little bit, but again, it just wasn't really worth the amount of effort I was doing in terms of the editing and whatever for, like, not really many people to see them. So it's like I've said before as well, like, and I do not mean this in a negative way, but there's way more coverage on WWE than there is AEW, right? There's still AEW coverage, don't get me wrong. But, like, for example, in terms of the algorithm, I can quite frequently get my videos ranking. If somebody searches AEW, my video is one of the first ones that pops up sometimes. I can do that quite frequently with AEW, whereas WWE, it's a lot harder because there's a lot more content under that umbrella, I guess. That makes sense. Because obviously you've got, like, WWE 2K, for example. That content gets filtered under WWE and whatever. Then you've got, like, Wrestle Talk that do, you know, that talk about stuff like that and news and whatever. There's just more layers to it, I feel like. Which I think is why I've kind of looked into this position right now where I'm monetized on YouTube and, you know, I've got a bunch of people now that are actually interested in what I do for once. So, I don't know. I kind of forgot what the original point was. I went off on a bit of a tangent there, but hey. Death Riders are wrestling. Ring of Honor pay-per-views are amazing. I'm sure they are. I said it before, it's why I don't watch, like, NXT or, like, never have really properly gotten into NXT for a long period of time. Because there's just too much wrestling. Like, you can watch wrestling every day of the week if you really wanted to, you know? That's not even necessarily including indie shows. Monday, you've got, obviously, Raw. Tuesday, NXT. Wednesday, Dynamite. Thursday, TNA, sometimes Collision. Friday, you've got SmackDown, Ring of Honor, right? Then you've got Saturday, you've got Collision, unless it gets moved. potentially a WWE PLE, and then a Sunday, chances are you probably have another PLE if it's like AEW or whatever. So you can literally watch wrestling every day of the week, you know? So I don't know. I feel like, to be honest, I also said that I probably wouldn't branch out of WWE just because of that reason as well. Of just like, there's enough wrestling. Like for me, for a long time, Raw and SmackDown was enough wrestling for me. Then it started getting a bit stale, and then here we are. I'm sat watching AEW on a Saturday. Weekly shows for Ring of Honor, same day as TNA, but the pay-per-views are Friday. I could maybe check out a regular, like a weekly Ring of Honor, to be fair, but because I ain't bothered about TNA. Although that could also be fun. I could do that as a bit of a mini series, but then I feel like if I do it, I'm basically teasing anyone that's going to be interested in that content. Because I do feel like there's a gap there for people to review like TNA and stuff. Because I feel like people don't do it now because TNA is not where it used to be. Ring of Honor, same. Like I don't think anyone will be really covering it. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course, but you know, besides like Wrestle Talk that are talking about certain things or something, I don't know, but I feel like there's definitely there'll definitely be a viewership for it. I don't know. I don't want it to be a case of like I do one video, people then expect me to do it every week, and then they're disappointed, you know? When you finish with them, you've got New Japan Stardom, TJPW, never even heard of that. DDT Pro, never even heard of that. Sendal Girls, is that what that says? Never heard of that. Marigold, have heard of that. Noah, I've heard of that. CMLL, I can't ever say that quick. Heard of that. Triple A, yeah. Then after, well, technically Triple A have got a show on tonight, haven't they? And after that, you go to work and have a life. Unless you're me, in which case you go to bed. Because I don't have a job yet. But hey, TJPW is probably Tokyo Japan Pro Wrestling. All right, Mr. Know-It-All. They had like 11 matches so on this week's Ring of Honor. 11 matches on a 2-hour show. We get 4 on a SmackDown. What are we talking about? Recently got into TJPW this year. It's brilliant. I couldn't do that, me, bro. It's also just not in my DNA. Like, I feel like that's an addiction at that point, to be honest. You know what I mean? It has to be. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love wrestling. I think AEW has made me fall in love with wrestling all over again, but I wouldn't branch out of that. I'd maybe go back to TNA. That'd be the only option. Like, because I used to watch it when it was like WWE's big competition. Oh my God. Life repeats itself, doesn't it? I'm doing the same thing now. That's a weird trip, but all right. But I used to be a TNA fan alongside WWE. Then I went off it. And then here I am. I'm watching WWE's biggest competition again. History's repeating itself. Walking up at 4 a.m. to what? Yeah, you keep doing here. It means I don't have to do it. Christ almighty. At least it means somebody's watching it. You know what I mean? It's worth it for someone. Sack that. Do you know what's crazy? That I'm normally going to bed at 4 a.m. Jack Perry tagged in. I've not concentrated on this match at all, by the way. Irish Whip. Yeah, if I get round to it, I definitely will. I'm not going to like say, oh, it will definitely be like next week or it'll be the week after. If I do it, I do it. If I don't, I don't, kind of thing. Some of them are just squash matches. I mean, you'd hope so in a 2-hour show. Oh, pile driver. Countered. Counter. 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 Double clothesline. MJF and Adam Cole will be proud. That one weekend I watched SmackDown at 1 a.m. on Friday, at 4 a.m. for CJPW, and then Collision at 1 a.m. the next day. You are what? And I thought I had too much free time. Oh my God. Bro's giving Bron Breakker a run for his money with how quick he's running the ropes here. What's going on? Have I seen that guy wrestle before? I feel like I would have remembered this. Okay. He's artificial intelligence. Guns are good. I just don't remember. What's the other one called? Not the one that's in the ring at the minute. The one that was just being super speedy, looking like Bron Breakker. I know one of them's called Colton. I don't know which one. Last Ring of Honor TV tapings, they taped 32 matches. Bruh. Austin and Colton. Cold. I don't know which one's which. Which one's the one with the man bun? Colton is the taller one. Well, they're not stood next to each other. Lads, just tell me which one's got the man bun. They're not stood next to each other, so it doesn't help me. Death Riders working together. Juice Robinson back in. Why don't you know their height? Because I'm not OCD. I don't even know my own height. Genuinely. I said this, but Twitch chat are sick of me saying it, but I don't get what do people do. This guy, who's this guy? Austin. Commentary did it for me. God. Yeah, a bit late. Commentary did it before you lot did. What was the point of me having a chat? Yeah, Twitch chat are sick of me saying it, but I don't get what do people do? Just wake up in the morning and measure themselves first thing. I don't get it. Moonsault. Perry takes out everyone. Or most people, anyway. They tapped all of that like 5 hours. Taped all of that like 5 hours. You need to know which one Mox is. Yes, please. Nice dropkick. Jesus Christ. Bro, Austin is like, what is someone giving him today? He's the bald one. Thanks for that. Oh, the dogs. The dogs. Oh, he's not got testicles anymore. He's not having kids anytime soon. Neither's he either. Christ. Ending Billy Gunn's bloodline, eh? Oh, God. Nice knee. 1, 2, 3. Death Riders get it. Which AEW wrestlers could you see being slotted right into the main event matches if they were to go to WWE? Ospreay, easily. Because I think he could be similar to kind of Seth Rollins, right? Which I know might be a bit controversial to some people. Not necessarily I'm talking about in ring, just in terms of like... Because I feel like Seth is kind of underrated in my opinion. I think Ospreay isn't underrated, but if he went to WWE, a lot of people wouldn't really know what to expect, if that makes sense. So he would be kind of underrated. Jack Perry standing tall. MJF probably, yeah. My only issue, I've said this multiple times, I think if MJF went to WWE, it'd be a much watered down version. You know? He'd basically become The Miz, right? And I don't even mean that as an insult, because I think Miz is great. I think Miz is underrated. I think he's an all-rounder, and he's criminally underrated. But he'd end up getting watered down. Darby, again, would get watered down. What makes Darby Allin unique is the fact that he's willing to do the things he does, right? He ain't going to get the opportunity to do half the stuff he does in AEW if he was in WWE, you know? Speedball. He probably would, to be fair, LPV. He'd be a good talker, to be fair. So he'd probably get by. By get by, I mean, he'd still be a main eventer, but... Okay. Oh, hello, Nick Wayne. Not a fan of Speedball just being quite nice there, to be honest. Yeah, Nick Wayne, MJF, Speedball, triple threat. Winner gets number 2 spot in the casino gauntlet. What was I saying then? Yeah, MJF would do well in WWE. I'm not saying he wouldn't win championships, but again, what makes MJF so good is the fact that he's unfiltered, right? Not like, CM Punk says he's unfiltered, he says what he wants, does what he wants, right? He's actually, like, genuinely, half the stuff MJF does, you don't know if he's just going off script for the fun of it. He's that unpredictable. Talking about Dory Funk Jr. Nick Wayne's a good heel. That was an awkward stare down. Yeah, it was very awkward, wasn't it? Because, to be honest, Speedball, as soon as Nick Wayne came on camera, he's kind of stood there like this. You know what I mean? He wasn't actually looking up, but that's the vibe I got. You know what I mean? Because he's a little bit taller, so he was kind of looking up at him with puppy eyes. So I was like, what? And then he was quite nice. But I mean, afterwards, thanks. Good. Isn't it? Like a proud brother. Or like a kid that's getting told off. Yeah, I'm trying to think who else now, to be honest. I think Kevin Knight would be a solid mid... okay, this is going to sound peak. Mid-carder in WWE, because we know WWE doesn't really book people to their full potential at times, right? But I think, honestly, the blooming... the IC title would look great on Kevin Knight. You know what I mean? Imagine him doing what he's doing with the TNT title, but doing it with the IC title. I think that'd be pretty good. He could be a world heavyweight champion, he'd be capable, but I think he'd be one of those talents that WWE would just be like, nah, you're a mid-carder, you're fine. Nick Wayne wants to become the youngest Ring of Honor champ and the younger AEW world champ. My other aunt wants to be the star of a TV show. Interesting. My aunt likes the French fries. I don't know if this is YouTube just butchering the translation. It could be. I don't know if that's what you meant to say. And if so, I'm kind of confused, to be honest. But I'm glad your aunt likes the French fries, I guess. The problem is WWE don't just book people straight into the main event, seeing straight away look how long it's taken Royce Keys to just be on TV. I also don't think that's a bad thing, though. I don't think that's a bad thing, because, I mean, it's one of those things as well. You don't want to rush people into it. You know what I mean? Obafemi, prime example. You could make him world champion, like, now, and people would be happy with it. But then you're not just jumping the gun a bit, though. You know what I mean? What's going on here? Why is my blooming... Lads, is this glitching for you lot as well, or is this just me? What's happening here? Oh, no, there we go. It's fixed itself. Weird. It's not, but wasn't that the question? To be honest, I forgot what the question was. I thought it was just, who would you take from AEW and put in WWE, really? That's how I answered it. Oh, was it to be a main eventer? Oh, well, yeah, if that's the question, yeah. You could, yeah, but also, you could put them in the main event, but that doesn't mean they need to win the title straight away, you know? What about slotted straight into the main event? Oh, fair. Yeah, but that doesn't mean win the title straight away. That just means be in and around, like, have big feuds and stuff to me. Like, to me, being in the main event means, yes, feuding for the main title, but also just being, like, you know, in there with big names, I guess. So, like, CM Punk, Drew McIntyre, Hell in a Cell, for example. Or just that whole feud, minus the friendship bracelet. You know? The guy went to the movie. What am I reading? What's happening? What guy's going to a movie, and what movie did he see? That's when everyone shouts berries. No. Ace Austin versus Javon Evans for the IC title would cook. I'm just on a black screen again. AEW are loving these today. Johnny arrived at the movie. Johnny Gargano? God, it's about time he got off that box. Just on a black screen here, chat. Oh, here we go. Hurt Syndicate and STP. Okay. What are we doing here then? Right. What's happened? STP just gave the Hurt Syndicate money. Is that a might have been. Okay, what are we building there then? Two factions joining up? Why are we... What? What's happening? Okay. Sure, that happened. Bayley versus Chris Statlander will be awesome, just you wait. Haven't they... Didn't they do a little back and forth thing on Twitter not long ago? Oh, TNT Championship. Oh, I missed that detail. Christ. Okay. Oh, Dynamite's looking good. That triple threat as well. Speedball, Nick Wayne, and MJF. Behind the scenes, they are great friends. Jay White, David Finlay as well on Wednesday. Are we going into our main event here? Well, it's tempting, to be fair, yeah. Could be. What is our main event? What match have we not had yet? No, okay, he's just throwing a water ball. That's littering. Oh, Eddie versus Jake Doyle. Okay. Interesting. I don't know, that promo, I'm kind of split on that promo. I'm like, I don't know. Juice Robinson just doing Juice Robinson things. But, I don't know. Jack Perry cut that promo. I'm kind of sat here being like, are we actually going to have him beat Mox? You see why you wouldn't be a good commentator? You stare for 30 seconds just to process what's just happened. Well, yeah, because some things confuse me. Like Juice Robinson is just yelling at the minute. I didn't understand a word. He's just yelling. Oh, and now he's yelling as well. Yeah. Guns up. Cool. Here comes Jake Doyle. Years, not seconds. All right. Eddie arrived where Daniel Bryan was. I still call Jake Doyle Jake something sometimes. What is it you call him? Jake what? Do you see what I did though? Because you said you still call him Jake something sometime. I'll stop talking. He was called Jake something in TNA. Yeah, that joke's gone well over Axel's head. Here comes Eddie. Hello, who are you? He was the first AEW Continental Champion. Interesting. Wasn't paying attention. It's alright, Axel. Nobody does to these streams, to be fair. Interesting. Rude. I know, right? People are rude. Honestly, they don't pay attention to these streams, and they should. We are underway. I'm guessing we're going to overrun again because it's nearly 3 a.m. So, got at least another 20 minutes. Both men locking up. Oh, rude to what I said about him. It's 3 a.m., lads. Shoulder tackle. I forget you're from the UK. Honestly, I live on American time, bro. I really do. Really do. It's 4 a.m. for you. Where are you from? Christ. I'm out here, but listen, I'm allowed to play the victim, okay? I'm the streamer. God. Jesus. Close to 2 p.m. Oh, yeah, you're freaking New Zealand, aren't you? You're from Germany. Fair enough. And he actually got signed by AEW because he cut a shoot promo on the industry on the indies. He called out everyone, including Tony Khan, and Cody saw it and booked him for a match on TV. He got signed. Interesting. I'll tell you what, Jake Doyle's battering him right now. We're not on a blooming ad break yet, are we? Oh, Eddie's getting battered. Thrown to the outside. Oh my god. Side of the crowd, Dog Callis eats hot dogs without chewing. We all know what that means. And if you don't Google it. Eddie trying to fight back. It's not gone well. Slab straight down. How old is Eddie Kingston? Because I've got to be honest, he looks like 50. Can't lie. Means he loves hot dogs, obviously. Yeah, certain kind of hot dog. He's 44. See, now, I'll be honest, he looks 44. Orange Cassidy does not look 42. You put them two together, you'd say Orange Cassidy's in his blooming 20s. Christ. YouTube censors that word. You got to be kidding me. What word? That's wild. Kick out from Eddie. I just want to say fair play to you for covering collisions. A lot of streamers don't even bother watching and then complain why some matches are happening on Dynamite when they haven't got the context. I mean, to be fair, you're not the only one that said that to me either. In fact, it could have been you for all I know that left that comment on one of my videos in the past, but I think it might have even been probably one of the first couple of reviews I did, but other people have said that, yeah. And I just think, like, how can you not? It's like tuning into WWE and only watching Raw or only watching SmackDown. It's like, I know technically you probably could, I guess, but, you know, because they are a brand split, but I just feel like, why not? Plus, I actually think as well, it's more beneficial to cover Collision. Because for one, it means I get to do these streams whenever they actually, you know, are on at the normal time. But also because there'll be if there's already less people checked in with it, it probably means I'm one of the very few people covering it. So it means more eyeballs. You know what I mean? So it's just beneficial all around. Plus, I'm enjoying it, you know? But yeah, I have had a few people tell me, like, oh, just skip Collision. Like, even in the comments and whatever. Just be like, oh, just skip Collision. It's not important. And I'm like, I disagree. For one, gives me something to watch on a Saturday if there's not a PLE on, right? Thankfully, they move Collisions as well if there is a WWE PLE on, so that I don't have to, like, choose. Because I'd probably have to choose AEW, to be honest, just for the pure fact of the reviews. Instead, this is what the channel's based off of now. But there's never an argument of Collision doesn't matter. Tony Khan, they book something significant. Then it's why is this on Collision? YouTube is actually insane. They block any word associated with people with different sexuality. Really? Interesting. Don't skip Collision. I have no intention to. I say that I have missed a couple of collisions, which is why if you actually look at the dates on some of the collision ones, I have missed weeks. But it's just because I had other stuff to do and whatever. And I just didn't have the time to catch the show. But that's the only time. I won't miss it by choice. Doesn't block that. Yeah, that's true. I can see that. Kieran, is this not the women under 16s band coming in? Have they finally got you? Jesus Christ. Eddie's... Okay. It's a good job I understood that. Alright, just randomly, you just put that, you know what I mean? Christ. It's the one time I wasn't slow to a situation. Tried that and it didn't work. It could be your YouTube settings, to be fair, Kieran. Can't it was Tourette's. I'll claim it was Tourette's. Oh, God. I'm sick of hearing about the New York Knicks. God, that's Danhausen's fault. Listen, love Danhausen, right? But Jesus Christ. Okay, these two trading back and forth. Eddie. Oh, nice. Insecure from Eddie. I wasn't expecting that out of him. Kick out. Just check my setting. Isn't that my settings allowed to wear it, etc.? I cannot help you, to be honest. I don't think it's a setting I need to change because it worked for LPV. I have no idea, brother. It could just be a YouTube thing. Nice. Shoulder tackle. Eddie Kingston loves the Japan style of wrestling, so his style is very chops and strikes style with the odd German suplex thrown in. And I bet he still does more moves than Gunther does. In fact, he has done, because he's just done a blooming some kind of suplex that I forgot the name of. But Gunther's never done it. YouTube is so cancelled. Hey, now we love YouTube, but I'm a YouTube partner, I have to say that. I've just realised you can see my cat. Fucking nose down asleep. Glad someone's asleep. Ready? Chads. YouTube is great. Better than TikTok. I'd argue Gunther probably only does what WWE lets him do. Probably, yeah, but I just think, just watch it. I genuinely, Kieran can vouch for this. I have spent probably, if you were to accumulate all the time I've been talking about Gunther, it's probably days worth of just me complaining. Because there's potential there, but we just don't utilise it. And he's quite boring to me. So, but everyone tries to convince me that he's the best wrestler in the world. I just don't see it. Seen little glimpses here and there, but I don't know. That's even with watching AEW as well, watching a kind of style that Gunther like wrestles. You know what I mean? I kind of had a bit more of an appreciation for it, but I still don't think. I think he just does the same thing every week. Whilst we're talking about Gunther, you could be watching another wrestling show. True. But why would I do that? I don't like TikTok. Neither do I. People are too toxic on it, bro. He screamed at him. Missed. Is he going for a pile driver? Oh no, power bomb. Set out power bomb. 1, 2, kick out. I will say Eddie's been battered for a lot of this match. I'd say for a solid 90% of this match, he's been battered. Which means Eddie's winning. Nah, it's not WWE. That's not a guarantee. Nice. It may just be me. I have the opinion that WWE limits what everyone does because they need to make sure nobody's wrestling better than their top stars. I'd argue Gunther is one of their top stars. They keep giving him freaking title matches all the time. Did he? Did he actually? Okay, Eddie Kingston won. Kieran, you were right. I didn't see him tap out. I don't know if he was saying I quit. Either way, Eddie Kingston wins. Eddie Kingston has advanced. So we've got Claudio, Orange Cassidy, and Eddie Kingston that have all advanced. We only overran by 10 minutes. Gunther's a better wrestler than what he is being right now. That's kind of what I mean. Yeah, but I mean, to be honest, I don't really know because I didn't watch him in NXT. I didn't watch him on the Indies, but I do think I've seen little glimpses of it here and there. Like I've said for months, maybe even years at this point. Well, since pretty much he feuded with Jey Uso, there was one segment that stood out to me that showed me that Gunther has potential, or he could be doing more basically. And that for me was when he, and again, Twitch chat, I sick of saying this, but it was when he beat up Jey Uso, Jimmy Uso in front of Jey Uso while he was handcuffed, and then smeared the blood all over him. That for me was like, this guy's could be absolutely insane, but we just don't present him like that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't rate Gunther right now, bro. I really don't. I really don't. Let me do this. Let me move you back over there. There we go. There we go. Right, I need to switch these back over now. God, it's making me do work at 4 a.m. Any chance? 3 a.m. even. There we go. I enjoy Collision. Me too, man. Me too. I think some of the matches I did kind of check out of because I was trying to focus on the chat. So basically, it's your fault, chat. But good show, man. Really good show. This has also signed me out of YouTube again, even though we're still in. But sure. Oh, we've also just had a momentary dip out again. We should be back. I'll sort that in a second. That's irrelevant. But yeah, I appreciate you joining us. Let me quickly catch up. Continental Cup should go into extra time if the time runs out. No hydration breaks. Oh, speaking of, we freaking did that. Bolton played their first game today. The Carabao Cup. We had a hydration break. We were in Sheffield. Why do we need a hydration break in Sheffield? I don't. Anyway. Oh God. Watch Walter versus Elia. Walter versus Osprey. Yeah, I could do. I guess. I could do. It'll be a members thing though. Probably. AEW would let a great wrestler have a better match on the pre-show than the person in the main event of pay-per-view if they're able to. Yeah, I hear it. I do think there's potential. I've said before with Gunther, like, honestly, present him a bit like you've presented Brock Lesnar over the years. Not in terms of the part-timer, but, like, just have him be feared. You know what I mean? Like, just have him be genuinely feared by people so that when you put him into feuds, people are a little bit scared. They're like, oh my God. And I know he's not going to be on the level of Brock. He's not an MMA champion. He's not a UFC champion, whatever. But, you know, you can still present him as an absolute unit, and we just don't do it. We have him tap out to Jey Uso at Mania instead. You know what I mean? Didn't mind Jey winning. I just don't think he needed to make him tap out. But, hey. But, yeah, appreciate you hanging out with me, chat. If you haven't already, hit like for me. Hit subscribe if you are new, or if you're just watching this back as a video, and I've said it about 1 billion times, but do all that stuff. It is much appreciated. Review I will do tomorrow when I wake up. I'll probably focus in on something. But yeah, appreciate you hanging out. I am going to call it there. And yeah, why does it YouTube say we've only been live for 2 hours? What's going on there? Been live for 4 hours. But yeah, appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your days, evenings, mornings, wherever the hell you are. And some of you, go to bed. I'll see you in the next stream. Or whatever. It'll probably be Friday, because Collision goes back to being an hour delayed again. So if you're around for SmackDown, feel free to join us if there's a stream set up by then. And yeah, peace.